Hello, hello. Hello. Hello, everyone. Hi, hi. How's how's everyone doing? Thank you for the thingy. Please, I was here, Miyako-chan. Andre. I shall drink water. Thank you for the hydrate. Kotori. Thank you for the head pat, Miyako-chan. Mimi, Kirimi, Sonata, and Hebi. Hello. Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing? Hi, hi. Hello, Arka. Nika nika ni. あなたのハートにニコニコに。笑顔届けるよさニコニコ。ニコニって暴いてるラブニコ。ははい。どうも。Hello. Hello. Right, yeah, how's everyone doing? Is everyone doing okay? Maybe I should have put bedtime stories in the title. I was planning to read stuff, like normal stuff this time. Not. I was thinking of doing the Shrek, script, but I don't think I have the energy to sit through another script anytime soon. So, yeah. Reading dinner now? Nice. I just ate dinner as well, just before stream. I made chicken pasta. It was very, very yummy. I like. What you eating, Kirimi? What you eating? What you nom-nomming? Eating pasta? Nice. That's good. I have like a few things, I guess, to read. One is like I guess some bedtime stories I found, or like I guess it's for adults and kids. And then I was thinking about reading Apothecary Diaries as well, but I'm not too sure. Thank you for the sub, Kirin. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sorry, I forgot to unmute my desktop audio. You didn't hear it? Ara. You didn't hear it? Oh no, what a shame. It was low. I'm so sorry. I forgot to turn my desktop audio back on. Alright, just for you. Oh. わざでしょ？わざじゃなかったよ。はい、I'll replay it. Okay. I'll replay it. Hopefully it plays properly. I'm scared. So alert box. Hold on. わざじゃなかった。I can do a test one. So Twitch subs. あややあややあややあやや。ありがとうございます。サブありがとうございます。Why did it double? Why did it double? Why did it double? Anyways, hopefully you heard that this time, Kirini. Yeah, that was really loud. I'm so sorry. Hello, Princess Priscilla. Yahoo. How you doing? Oh, I don't know. Let me change the. Oh, hello, Creamy. Hi. How was your birthday? Happy early birthday, Creamy. I'm doing good today. How are you? Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I shall drink water. Yeah. Wait, is it on? I don't remember turning it back on. What is going on outside? Our last stream. On our last stream, I was just lazy to like. Are there fireworks outside? Is that what the noise is? Are there, are there fireworks? I didn't know there would be fireworks. Oh, hello, Pops. Hello, Goblin. Thank you so much for the follow. How are you doing? Lazy. No, I mean I was lazy to do the voice last time. Thank you. Hello, how are you doing, Goblin? How you doing? In the thumbs? Yeah, I don't know what it was. It stopped though. Oh well, guess I'll never know. Anyways, what did everyone do today? Hmm, I think. Hmm. She was lazy to put them back on stream. No, I was lazy to do the voice redeems that day. I think it was the day I didn't take my nap, so like, yeah. Mm, mm. You're welcome, it sounds cozy. Thank you so much. I'm glad you find it cozy. Nano-sama daisuki. Nano-sama daisuki. Hello. Thank you so much for the follow, Nano-sama. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Welcome. Welcome and had some food? That sounds like a pretty good day. I unfortunately had to be outside today, and oh my gosh. like, man, I don't even want to explain. I can't. I know. Hill outside, right? Today, going outside was a mistake. I should never gone outside. Like, actually, on the way back, I've never met someone so stupid in my life. They're so stupid, right? So I was on public transport on the way back home, right? And this person, I don't know what they're doing. They're in the back seat of a car, right? So I was in public transport. But whatever reason, it's like a red light. They opened their door, right? And so the public transport thing I was on hit the hit the door of the car. Cause I mean, it was right next to it. I don't know in their right mind would they open the door. But people were saying that it was an Uber or something. Yeah. I don't know, but there was like three people at the back I saw, and after they drove past us, right? I didn't see the driver, but I saw the backseat people, right? It was like I think two girls and a guy. The girl was the one that opened the door. And it's just hanging door there. I'm like, it was so stupid that instead of arriving home 30 minutes earlier, it was 30 minutes later than planned. it was terrible. Stupid people ruining my day. Anyways, it's not that bad. But yeah, I just wanted to go home, and then it was delayed because of these stupid person. Anyways, hi. I hope everyone had a better day than that. Yeah. I shall start reading. I think once it hits the 20-minute mark. I think maybe. Yeah. God. Hmm? that is so cursed. That is actually the curse emote. I'm bald. My own emotes are so cursed on there. Like actually so cursed. Oh, no, at least make a cuter emote of me. Come on, make it cuter. As in visual emote. uh, hmm. I am thinking about it. Hmm. Nowadays it looks more like an absolute cinema than COD. It does kind of look like that. But at least as absolute cinema, it kind of moves right. This one is just me with my hands. I don't know. It looks so funny. It looks so cursed. Actually, so cursed. Like who made this? Was Miko-chan? Miko-chan make it? Oh wait, it does look like cinema. It's like you're doing kabedon. Oh, oh, kabedon. Yeah, it looks like I'm being kabedon. It does kind of look like I'm being kabedon. Like, huh? 2-3 minutes to do. Really? Like that's so fast. Uh, how did you use an erase app for the thingy? No, I can give you the PNG next time. If you I think to make it easier. I was like, wait, did Miyako-chan like erase the spots? You know, behind it, the background. I don't think you have my PNG, so I can give it to you next time. Your Kabita will be you staring at my chest. No. 30 minutes, 30 minutes. I was gonna say 3 minutes is really, really fast. Okay, Ninin. I'm not that short. Okay, look. How tall are you again, Ninin? Would it be your chest? No, surely it'll be your neck at least. Right, your neck. You don't remember? Alright, yeah, you don't remember. When was the last time you measured yourself? And how tall were you then? Um, don't really want to imagine her eyeline when she's beside me. I think with Miyoko-chan, it'll definitely be like the middle of his chest. I don't know why I keep saying her. I think it's because of the chan. last time I got my height checked, it was 10th grade. Oh, quite a while ago, I think. Oh, hello, Simba. Hello, hello. Thank you for the 2 bits. Hello, hello. How are you doing, Simba? Last time was around 160 centimeters. Have you grown since then? Because some people don't grow since 10th grade. 5'2" to 5'3". Surely you've grown, so I'm guessing you're around maybe 165 now, is what I'm guessing. Getting its height. Because of how much? Maybe 165 or something. That's what I'm guessing your height is. Anyways, in 20 minutes, shall we start the reading? I'll start with simple reading because I don't know if I can read Apothecary Diaries. It's copyright, though I wanted to. Yeah, this is story, a short story. I have 2 websites on. One called lemonsandletters.com. It's just free bedtime stories. Oh, they have different ones. And there's another website called Nightly Whispers. As well have a bunch of free bedtime stories, so I'll be reading mainly from here. I'll read the first one first. It's from Lemons and Letters. I think just random bedtime stories. Yeah. I don't know if I can read Apothecary Diaries because copyright stuff, you know. Hello Simba. Welcome. But yeah, I'm just reading random bedtime stories. They should be safe because this is for kids and adults. Yeah, I don't think you can read that on stream, right? I was also thinking of reading Shrek, right? But I don't think my brain has the capacity to read another script for a while. So I think the next stream I'll try and do Shrek. It's gonna be another fever dream. At least Shrek is better than the B movie, so you know. Yeah. Anyways, let's start, shall we? The story of Shoulders, you might be safe. You're better safe than sorry. I know if I don't show it, it's more okay, but I'm not sure if just reading it, it's okay because it's monetizing someone else's work. So yeah, and like that's a paid thing, right? The website I'm using are all free, so yeah, you can just Google it and they're for free. You don't have to buy them. So free domain. And about where I got your reference, you have it. I forgot how I got it though. I should have found. Did I? Don't remember. Huh. I can just give you the PNG though, without the background already. So save your time for erasing. Yes. Please, let's start reading. Right, the first story. Wait, hold on. Okay, I was thinking you should read about the Cinder 1K page. Yo, that's gonna take like 15 hours. I should though, I should. Maybe I'll read that next time. I think I do have a TBD stream next week, sometime next week. And when I think it was Monday or something. I think even that pet. Didn't took him. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, the video was 6 hours long. It's crazy. I think. But he skimmed through a lot of it in the video. So, because he didn't bring up the parts that's not related, not that important. Well, I almost finished the whole thing. I think I'm like 3.5 hours in. It's crazy. I still need to finish the rest. Oh, it's so long. I've just been playing it in the background while I was drawing yesterday. Oh, yeah, by the way, I was not drawing the Mimi thing yesterday, if you're wondering. There's no progress on that. I was doing another thing. Anyways, wait, let's finally start reading, shall we? Okay, the title is The Story of the Tired Moon. It's approximately 4 minutes of reading. The moon worked day in and day out, but it often went unnoticed. The moon was always in the sky, shining especially bright for the dark nights. When it was very big and full, it could illuminate whole fields and streets, covering everything in a beautiful white glow. On nights when the sky was very clear, a moon could even shine in through people's windows. On those nights, everyone admired it for its size and splendor. During the day, the sun was always the center of attention. It was especially well liked by the inhabitants of Earth for its warm rays. On summer days, the moon had to wait much longer for the sun to finally set, and big clouds often blocked the moon's view of Earth. On some days, heavy rains meant that the moon tried to shine through solid fog and dark clouds, but often could manage it. Hello, Optimus! Yahoo, Optimus! Wondering if I should turn off the phone reading. Hello, Optimus! Welcome to chat. Something's on your chat, Batman? What's wrong? Is everything okay? Hello, Keru! Hello, Keru! How are you? I really tried. How was your debut stream? How was it? I really tried staying up. It was so late for me. How was your debut stream? Was it a good stream? I saw a bit of it, like just before I slept. I think you're still in the starting soon screen. Like there were a lot of people. I'm like, nice. But yeah, how was your debut stream? Did you a fellow acer? Thank you. Maybe yes, of course I remember. I really wanted to read you, right? But I think I was getting so sleepy. I think there was still like 30 minutes left until your stream. Like, I can't do it. I can't stay up. But yeah, it was amazing. That's good. I'm glad you had a good daily stream. Right. Now let's continue reading. On those days, the moon was especially discouraged. Nobody sees me anyway. The moon would mutter, feeling sorry for itself, and the faint, flickering stars around it. Till evening after evening, the moon waited for its time to shine. Often saying, "Come on, clouds, pass quickly." A soft voice from opposite. Wait, do you also do ASMR? So you let me stalk you. Optimus.
Spring can be hot.
I got jump scared by your ad. Oh, thank you for the outfit change. Thank you. Oh, you do stream as well. You like You like building stuff, miniature models. Well, that's pretty cool, actually. You did peek as well. That is very cool. Let me give you a follow. Alright, not getting any more distractions. When it was finally dark enough, the moon would gently begin to wake the stars and encourage them to shine. Each evening, the moon made sure all the stars are ready on time to shine and sparkle high in the sky in case it was a clear night. On clear nights, all the attention belonged to the stars and the moon. Sometimes the stars are so happy that they dance around the sky, across the sky, leaving long trails of light behind them. One day, the clouds spread so far that for weeks there was no way to shine through. The stars tried to keep each other happy by telling jokes and stories, and the moon did its best to keep everyone awake for nightfall in case the clouds cleared. This went on, night after night, the moon and the stars all hoping that the cloud coverage would dissipate. Of course, they all wanted to prepare to shine brightly as possibly when it did, but the clouds did not move. Eventually, the moon became very tired. One evening, it could not stay awake any longer. The stars also fell asleep, dreaming of clear nights when they admired in the sky. The moon and the stars were in such a deep sleep, but none of them noticed when the cloud coverage broke that day. The sun stayed out late and colored the sky with the most beautiful reds and purples. But something wasn't right. When the sun was about to disappear, it noticed the sky was darker than usual. On evenings like this. Hello! Hello, Rev Snow Fox. Hello, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. How are you doing? Oh no, wait, what was I up to? Let me reread it, because I forgot what I was up to. But something wasn't right. When the sun was about to disappear, I noticed the sky was darker than usual. On evenings like this, the moon usually can't wait to take over my position in the sky. Then the sun noticed that all the stars were missing too. I must find the moon before the inhabitants of Earth noticed about the sun, but everyone the sun asked didn't know where the moon and stars had gone. And everywhere the sun looked, the moon wasn't there. The next few nights were the darkest anyone had ever seen. There wasn't a twinkle in the sky. The animals and the people realized that they had been taking the moon and the countless little stars for granted. They missed their glowing and glittering. The moon suddenly woke up from a dream that it had overslept. Except it wasn't a dream. Nervously, the moon looked around and was startled to find that the night was pitch black, that all the stars were fast asleep. Right away, the moon set about gently waking each star. On Earth, after many nights of darkness, the animals and people looked up in the sky in joy and marveled as each bright spot lit up in the dark sky once after the other. Yay! First story done! Very nice story, actually. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed reading that much more than the B movie. I think, I think anything is more pleasant than that movie. Yeah, that was a nice story. Alright. Let me adjust my position. Right, the next one. The next one is a story called Pride and Moonlight. That form is so much better than Tidy of the Beef. Right? That 4 minutes was so not even tidy, it was so much better than the first line of the B movie. But next one is from the site Nightly Whispers, a free story called Pride and Moonlight. This one's about a 5-minute read as well. So read once the ad stops. Alright, ad ended. Time to read. Once upon a time, in a quaint town nestled amidst rolling hills and lush green meadows, there lived two remarkable individuals, Elizabeth Bennet and Mr. Darcy. They are not strangers to each other, having crossed paths on numerous occasions at various social gatherings and soirees. However, their encounter were often marred by a certain air of tension, fueled by their mutual pride and prejudice. In this charming town, there are two stargazing clubs, both renowned for their dedication to the celestial wonders that adorn the night sky. Elizabeth Bennet was a proud member of the Stellar Dreamers, a club known for their warm camaraderie and open-heated discussions about the cosmos. Mr. Darcy, on the other hand, belonged to the astronomical astrocrats, a club esteemed for their vast knowledge and skill, but infamous for their haughty demeanor. One crisp evening, under a velvety sky scattered with twinkling stars, Elizabeth and Mr. Darcy found themselves at a crossroads. Both clubs had gathered in the meadow to witness a rare celestial event, a meteor shower. The heavens seemed to be putting on a show of its own. Shooting stars streaked across the inky canvas, leaving trails of silvery light in their wake. Elizabeth, with her telescope and a heart filled with wonder, stood with her fellow stellar dreamers. They chatted animatedly about the constellations, their voices filled with excitement and joy. In contrast, Mr. Darcy and his astronomical astrocrats maintained a stoic silence, their gazes fixed on the stars above. As the night unfolded and the meteor shower grew more spectacular, Elizabeth's curiosity got the better of her. She approached Mr. Darcy and asked, "Mr. Darcy, do you not find the beauty of the night sky simply captivating?" Mr. Darcy, somewhat taken aback by her approach, replied with a hint of reservation. "Indeed, Miss Bennet, the stars hold a certain allure, though they pale in comparison to the mysteries of the universe." Their conversation had begun, and over the course of the night, as they shared their knowledge and passion for astronomy, the walls of pride and prejudice started to crumble. Elizabeth realized that beneath Mr. Darcy's aloof exterior was a man of profound intellect and a deep appreciation of the cosmos. In Mr. Darcy, in return, discovered in Elizabeth a kindred spirit whose enthusiasm for the stars matched his own. As dawn approached and the meteor shower waned, they found themselves sitting side by side, lost in conversation. The rivalry between their clubs seemed insignificant in the grandeur of the night sky. In that peaceful moment, they shared stories of the constellations and galaxies, dreams and aspirations. For the following weeks, Elizabeth and Mr. Darcy continued to meet under the moonlit sky, discovering not only the wonders of the universe but also the wonders of each other's hearts. Their pride and prejudice had given way to mutual respect and admiration. One fateful night, as they gazed at the moonlight hanging low on the horizon, Mr. Darcy took Elizabeth's hand and said, "Miss Bennet, I have found you in a celestial companion whose light has illuminated my life in ways I never imagined." Elizabeth's heart fluttered as she replied, "Mr. Darcy, under this moonlight, our differences have faded into insignificance. I, too, have found a kindred spirit in you, and my heart is bound to yours, just as the stars are bound to the night sky." And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, and surrounded by the mysteries of the cosmos, Elizabeth Bennet and Mr. Darcy found a love that transcended pride and prejudice. They continued to explore the wonders of the universe together, their hearts forever intertwined like two celestial bodies in a dance for the infinite expanse of space. As they lay together on a blanket, gazing at the stars, their souls were at peace, and the stresses of the world melted away. The night whispered its secrets to them, and in each other's arms They found solace, tranquility, and a love that would shine as brightly as the stars in the night sky for all of eternity. And so, with their hearts intertwined in the moon as their witness, they drifted off to sleep, knowing that they had found their own piece of celestial perfection in each other's arms. Wait, this is so cute. Also, I realize this is basically a fanfic, not fanfic, but retelling of Pride and Prejudice. Let's go Pride and Moonlight. I'm pretty sure it's based on Pride and Prejudice. The amount of times they said Pride and Prejudice. Like, I have not read Pride and Prejudice, but I know my friend loves Pride and Prejudice. Good stories are better than the being movie out there. Right? So far, my brain is not getting fuzzy. You know? Like, I can't believe it. Can't believe it. I think the next one. Hold on. This next story, I think, is based off Alice in Wonderland. It's called Wonderland Dreams, and it's about a 4-minute read. Let me drink some water though before I start reading the next story. Thank you for the head pat Batman. Thank you. Alright, shall we start? Next story? It's called Wonderland Dreams. I'm 100% sure this is based off Alice in Wonderland. Did you smack your butt? No, I didn't. It's just my mic is, I think, more sensitive than usual, so it comes out loud. Very sorry. This is about a 4-minute read. Wonderland Dreams. I felt the vibration. I'm so sorry. Yeah, the mic is way more sensitive than usual. In the heart of a bustling city, where the hustle and bustle of life seemed never ending, there lived a young woman named Alice. Yeah, this is Alice in Wonderland. Alice was a brilliant but perpetually stressed corporate worker, constantly caught in the relentless race against time. Every day she would wake up to the cacophony of alarm clocks rushing through her morning routine and plunge headlong into relentless grind of meetings, deadlines, and paperwork. Her life was a blur of Excel sheets, conference calls, and endless emails. That's not how I remember Alice in Wonderland. One particularly gloomy day, Alice found herself seated in yet another dreary corporate meeting, the monotony of it all threatening to engulf her. As her boss droned on about quarterly targets and margin profits, Alice's eyelids grew heavy and a yawn escaped her lips. She couldn't help it, the meeting was simply too dull. With a sudden jolt, she awoke to find herself in a place far removed from the confines of the conference room. She was standing in the midst of a lush, vibrant forest, where the trees seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly luminescence. The air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers, and the gentle breeze through the leaves like a soft lullaby. Startled and disoriented, Alice tried to gather her bearings when a peculiar sight caught her eye. There before was a petite waistcoated rabbit with a pocket watch, scurrying along and muttering to itself, oh dear, I'm running late. It was a white rabbit, and Alice instinctively began to follow him. As she ventured further into this enchanting forest, Alice encountered one eccentric character after another. There was a Cheshire cat who grinned mischievously from the branch of a tree, leaving only his grinning face behind. The Mad Hatter and the March Hare were engaged in a never-ending tea party where time seemed to stand still, and the Dormouse dozed peacefully in a teapot. And then there was the Queen of Hearts, who ruled with an iron fist and insisted on playing croquet with flamingos as mallets. Amidst the whimsy and eccentric of Wonderland, Alice felt her stress begin to melt away. Each moment seemed to stretch into infinity, allowing her to truly savor the magic of the present. She danced with the flowers, shared riddles with the caterpillar, and even joined the white rabbit around a croquet, all while wearing a grin that mirrored the Cheshire cat's. But as the day wore on, Alice realized that she needed to find her way back to the world she knew. She approached the white rabbit and asked, how can I return home? The white rabbit, with a twinkle in his eye, replied, home is where you make it, my dear, and sometimes... Hello, 69 Random Stranger 69. Thank you so much for the follow. How are you doing? Thank you. And welcome to the stream. But as the day wore on, Alice realized that she needed to find her way back to the world she knew. She approached the white rabbit and asked, how can I return home? The white rabbit, with a twinkle in his eye, replied, home is where you make...
Sub, ありがとうございます。
Thank you for the gift, Sub Freezer. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Didn't have to. Thank you so much. So kind of you. You're here for Ayaya. That's the Ayaya. It's okay. So hopefully the alert is not too loud. Yeah. Alright. Where am I? Where am I up to? With those words, Alice closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Allowing herself to fully embrace the world of Wonderland. As she did, the world around her seemed to shift and shimmer, and when she opened her eyes again, she was back in a dull meeting room, but with a new found sense of calm and clarity. Billy Leaf, hello, serious voice loving. It's okay, it's not rude. I get asked all the time. Yes, that is my real voice. There's a good way to prove it because I can go higher. You think that's a good way to prove that it's my real voice? Hi, Wilbur. I don't want to do it too high because like I meant to whisper ASMR. And then also I do have a voice redeem as well called Uwu voice, where like I go hello like that. So yeah, I hope that answers your question. Yeah. Yes, I do. I get that question a lot, so don't worry, it's not rude. She's buying one. Don't listen to her. Seeing a voice change is extra 40 upgraded man. Thank you, you have such an unusual voice. Thank you. I know, I get pointed out a lot. Yeah, unfortunately, it is my real voice, so yeah. Can almost afford going full. Oh no. No, I'm scared. I'm so scared. So no, no. I know. So Kirinin, are you happy? Now you're not the only one that wants to make me bald. I'm worried one day everyone's gonna gang up and use the bald redeem one after the other. Should be like a good 20 minutes. It's game to drop by. So good, thank you for dropping by though, and thank you so much for the gift sub. I'm here to watch people scream. Like Mimi? Is they still screaming? Streaming? I remember he was streaming some horror game. Oh yeah, he's still streaming. Such a long stream. At least I'm not the one that get blamed for this. Yeah, because this time you're not instigating it. They're doing it of their own will. I don't know why. No worries, nearly 40 upgraded myself. I can say there's nothing wrong going bold, especially if it's only less than minutes. That is so true. Right, as a secret 40-year-old man with a voice changer as well, I don't, if I'm bold in real life, I don't want to be bold on stream too, right? Tonine's holding me at gunpoint for bald redeem. Send home. It's impossible, I cannot hold anyone at gunpoint. I'm so new as basement no. It's a crazy thing to say. At least you're safe in the basement. That's good. I'm just keeping you safe in my basement. I'm getting so distracted. Let me finish the story. When she opened her eyes again, she was back in the dull meeting room with a newfound sense of calm and clarity. From that day on, Alice approached her life, a busy life, with a different perspective. She learned to slow down, savor each moment, and find the magic in the everyday. Wonderland had taught her that sometimes the most extraordinary adventures can be found in the ordinary moments, and that the key to happiness lies in embracing the here and now. And so, as she drifted off to sleep each night, Alice would smile, knowing that her dreams could transport her back to Wonderland. The stresses of the world come out away, and the magic of the moment would always be waiting. That's what dreams are for. At least most dreams, anyways. Some dreams are not like that. That was a nice story. I want this website. The other one seems a bit weird, so I don't think I'll read them. Oh wait, this one's pretty cool. I read the final one from this website. Giving shelter for the homeless Tsunini. Okay, next story. Also from the same website, Nightly Whispers. The Dragon Rider's Quest. Wonder what it's based off this time. Once upon a time, in the sprawling kingdom of Eldoria, where towering mountains touched the heavens and dense forests, whispered secrets to those who dared listen. A young stable hand named Elara lived in a simple yet fulfilling life. She had a deep connection with the kingdom's horses, and her days were spent tending to the needs of love and care. One crisp autumn morning, while exploring the outskirts of Eldoria, Alara stumbled upon an overgrown path that led her to a scheduled cave hidden behind a cascading waterfall. The cave was shrouded in mystery, its entrance barely visible to the naked eye. Something deep within her heart told her to explore further. With each step in the cave, the air grew colder, and the darkness more impenetrable. The echoes of dripping water seemed to resonate with the very heartbeat of the earth itself. It was then amidst the shadows that Alara discovered a sight that would forever change her life. A glimmering iridescent dragon egg nestled within an ancient stone cradle. Her heart raced as she gingerly cradled the egg in her hands, feeling the warmth emanating from it. Dragons were thought to be extinct, their tales regulated to ancient scrolls and whispered legends, yet here in her hands lay the undeniable proof that dragons existed. Alara knew that this was no ordinary discovery. The bond between a dragon and its rider was said to be powerful in ancient connection, one that could mend the broken bonds between humans and the mythical creatures. Determined to uncover the truth about the dragons and restore that bond, she decided to embark on a quest unlike any other. Ooh. Hello, Obscure Mango! Yahoo, yahoo! How are you doing? Hope you're having a good day or night. It's nice seeing you here. As the days turned into weeks, Alara meticulously cared for the dragon egg, watching as it began to crack, revealing a creature of unimaginable beauty and power. The dragon's scales shimmered like a midnight sky with stars, and its eyes held the wisdom of centuries. Together, Alara and her dragon companion, whom she named Astrid, set forth on their epic journey. They traversed treacherous terrain, crossed perilous rivers, and faced daunting challenges. Along the way, they encountered a diverse cast of characters, each with their own story and wisdom to share. Thank you for that is for being as a word. Like 10, here for like 10 minutes lunch. Thank you for popping by. How's work going? And how's lunch as well? Somehow. There was the wise old sage who had once ridden a dragon in his youth and imparted valuable knowledge about the bond between dragons and humans. There was a mysterious forest guardian who tested their. Alright, see you, Batman. Yeah. Have a good day. Hello, Marito. Hi. How you doing, Marito? Where'd it go? There was the mysterious forest guardian who tested their courage and loyalty, allowing them to pass only when their hearts were pure. And there was a nomadic dragon whisperer who shared the ancient songs and stories of the people, deepening Alara's connection with Astrid. I haven't read Lord of the Rings. Is this Lord of the Rings? The story sounds familiar. As the days turned into months, Alara and Astrid's bond grew stronger. They soared through the skies, their hearts and souls intertwined, a testament to the enduring connection between humans and dragons. And slowly but surely, word of their quest spread throughout the kingdom, rekindling hope in the hearts of the people that dragons could once again be part of their world. Why does this sound so familiar? One fateful day, Alara and Astrid discovered a hidden valley, a sanctuary for dragons that had survived a secret sea for generations. No, this is how to train your dragon. Wait, this is how to train your dragon. I'm stupid. I didn't notice. But I think this is how to train your dragon. But like heavily inspired like the other stories on here. Yay, 3 stream streak, let's go. Yeah, I think it's the first movie. Like here, one fateful day, Alara and Astrid, and I think Astrid is meant to be toothless, and then Alara is meant to be Hiccup. Discovered a hidden valley, a sanctuary for dragons that have survived in secrecy for generations. And yet they're hoping that, dragons and humans can live again in harmony again, right? Okay. It was here that they met the last Dragon King, a majestic and wise creature who held the key to restoring the bond between humans and dragons. I have not finished this movie, but surely this is How to Train Your Dragon. But the Dragon King's blessing, Alara and Astrid returned to Aldoria, where they shared their story and the knowledge they had gained with these people. The kingdom was filled with wonder and awe as dragons once took to the skies, their presence a symbol of hope and unity. As Alara and Astrid stood before the cheering crowds, they knew that their quest had been a success. The bond between humans and dragons had been rekindled. I never watched the most recent. I thought they only had 3 movies. I mean the remake? I haven't watched the remake. I've watched most of the first movie, most of the second movie, and like a bit of the third movie. Oh. As you can see, I've not finished all 3 movies. It's all pretty amazing. Yahoo! Yahoo, Shinobu-san! Genki desu ka? Genki. With a contented sigh, Alara settled down for the night, her hand resting on Astrid's warm scales, the soothing sound of the dragon's gentle breath, like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze, filled the air. As they drifted into dreams, Alara knew that their journey had been worth every moment, and the world was a better place because of the bond they had forged. And so, in the quiet of the night, the stars as their witnesses, the dragon rider and their faithful companion found peace and contentment. Their hearts forever intertwined in timeless tapestry of a world where this magic still thrived. Is that the first one? I don't remember. I'm not finished. I'm... Yeah, 元気か？うん、元気。いや、もう元気だよ。今は、ベッタイムストーリーを読んでる。寝る前のストーリーね。ベッタイムストーリーって日本語って何？ Okay, let me find a story on the other website I was reading before. Because other one, it ran out. It was on a website called Nightly Whispers. It's like a bunch of free stories. And then they're just, on Nightly Whispers, I realized they're based on actual stories, but they changed it a bit. And the first story I was reading is on a site called Lemons and Letters. And this one, I think it's actual original stories. Yeah, 何の方？子供の方かな？子供と大人の方。Alright, I'll go to the other website because the first one. Alright, next one I will read. Oh, wait, there's fables on this one too. Fables are good. I love fables actually. This fable! I remember reading this fable. The Raven and the Fox. But I think it's about, this one's about cheese. I remember it was about grapes when I read it before. I'll read it to everyone. This is fable called The Raven and the Fox. I think the original one is about grapes. Yeah, I went to skim a bit. But yeah, the original one I think was grapes though. Let me see if I can find the original one. Fables are safe to read. The Raven and the Fox. Oh, is the original one cheese? Okay, my bad. I think the one I read was not the original one. Oh, my bad. So the one I read was not the original one. The original one cheese? Hold on. I need to know. Original story. It is cheese. That's crazy. So I read the okay, I read the different version. Alright. And the raven and the fox. In a large green forest where the sun's rays danced through the leaves of the trees, lived a black raven. The raven was proud of his shiny plumage and his strong voice. One day he found a beautiful piece of cheese. He quickly grabbed it and flew up to the highest branch of a tree to enjoy it in peace. A sly fox lived at the bottom of the same tree. The fox was very hungry, and when he saw the cheese in the raven's beak, he had an idea. The fox looked up at the raven and called, "Oh, noble raven, how beautiful you are! Your plumage is as shiny and as dark as night. Surely your voice is as beautiful as your looks." The raven heard the fox's words and felt very flattered. He fluttered his feathers and felt very proud. "Won't you sing me a song, dear raven?" asked the fox in a sweet voice. "I've heard that ravens have the most beautiful voices in the forest." The raven was so flattered that he decided to sing for the fox. He opened his beak wide, but the moment he began to sing, the piece of cheese fell straight down into the jaws of the waiting fox. The fox quickly grabbed the cheese and said, "Thank you, dear raven, for your song and for your lunch. You have a beautiful voice, but you shouldn't be so vain." The raven was sad and angry because he had lost his cheese. He had learned an important lesson. What is the moral of the raven and the fox? The fable teaches us that we should be careful when it comes to flattery. It's important to keep a level head, especially when it comes to praise that could tempt us to act rashly. Wisdom and mindfulness are valuable in avoiding being deceived by words of others. That is a pretty good fable. It's still funny. He lost his sad and angry because I lost his cheese. I mean, there's a bit more to that. Kind of deceived. Okay, next one, I think we all know The Shepherd and the Wolf. This one, might as well read it. How many fables are there? Actually, I love fables. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, it's 13 in total. So I read one. Okay, next one, The Shepherd and the Wolf. Once upon a time, there was a young shepherd boy tending a farmer's sheep on a hill near a village. Around the hill were fields and woods, and the sheep grazed peacefully in the sunshine. The boy often found it boring to watch the sheep to eat and doze all day, so he thought of a prank to bring a little excitement to his day. One day he got up, ran down to the village, and shouted as loud as he could, "Wolf, wolf! Oh, sorry, wolf, wolf! A wolf is attacking to the sheep." The villagers heard his cries and rushed up the hill, armed with sticks and stones to save the sheep. Already so sleepy and passing. It's working. Have a nice sleep, Yoko-chan. See you tomorrow. Yasumi nasai, Yoko-chan. When they arrived, they saw that there was no wolf there at all. The boy laughed and said, "It was a joke. Look how quickly help came." Yeah, there's no stream tomorrow, but okay, we can still message like we always do, like in the mod chat. Yeah, there's no stream tomorrow. I technically can stream tomorrow. I should have put TBD, to be honest. I don't know why I put rest day. Tomorrow depends whether I'm tired or not. by night. Cause I don't have anything on Monday. I don't know. But yeah, maybe there's a stream tomorrow. I'll see. The boy laughed. Wait, hold on. Oops. The wolf is attacking the sheep. The villagers heard his cries and rushed up the hill armed with sticks and stones to save the sheep. When they arrived, they saw that there was no wolf there at all. The boy laughed and said it was a joke. Look how quickly all came. You are too powerful. You underestimate my powers. It's my job as a dream maiden after all. The villagers were not amused. They scolded the boy and went back to the village. A few days later, the boy repeated his prank. He ran into the village again and shouted, "Wolf! Wolf! The wolf is back!" Again, the villagers came to help, and again they found no wolf. The boy laughed even louder than last time, and the villagers were even angrier. I'm not sleepy actually. I don't know. Maybe you're just immune to being sleepy. Do you get sleepy, Kennedy? I don't think I've ever seen you sleepy. Other than you're like the days you're like, I have to sleep early, so I'm gonna go dip out to sleep. That's about it. Osaki ni nerene. Hi. 休みなさい、みこちゃん。ゆっくり寝てくださいね。No, not really. Right? Like you don't get sleepy much. The boy laughed even louder than last time, and the villagers were even angrier. They warned him that lying could have dire consequences. Then one day, a big hungry wolf crept up to the sheep, and the boy saw him, terrified. He ran into the village and shouted, "Wolf, wolf, please help! This time it really is a wolf, but this time the villagers didn't take him seriously. They thought it was just another one of his jokes, and they ignored him. The wolf seized the opportunity, attacked the sheep, and caused great mischief. When the boy saw what happened, he felt very sad and alone. He realized that his lies had serious consequences. Tisk tisk was the moral of the shepherd and the wolf. The story teaches us that we should always be honest. If you lie, people lose trust in you. Then, when you are really in trouble, perhaps no one will believe you. Honesty is very important. I think some people were never told the story when they're younger. Like some content creators. Like the more you lie, the more you take yourself into trouble. I don't know. Just be honest. Less like privacy stuff, obviously, but yeah. I always stayed up all until the end. Yeah, you do. I don't know how. I guess the sleepless game. Let's go. I think it works on people that usually don't sleep much, I think. Because this I don't think will work on me. Because I sleep a lot. Someone's gonna motivate me that is true. Like I feel like Yoko-chan doesn't get a lot of sleep every night. And then they're always tired from work as well. This type of stuff really works, I think. Next door, the sun and the wind. I don't think I know this one. One fine morning, as the sun bathed the sky in the golden light and wind blew gently through the trees, the two began to argue about the powers. No, I have read this. Never mind, I have read this. I am much stronger than you, the wind boasted. I can uproot trees and kick up storms. The sun, hanging calmly and certainly in the sky, smiled and replied, "By my warmth and light bring life and joy. I am gentle, but powerful." "Gentle? That's boring," shouted the wind. "I bet I can prove that I'm stronger than you. See that man down there? I bet I can get his coat off faster and more effectively than you can." The sun nodded thoughtfully and replied, "Well, that sounds like an interesting challenge. Try it and we'll see." The wind began to blow with all its might. It whirled and blew so the trees bent and the leaves flew through the air. But the stronger the wind blew, the tighter the man pulled his coat around himself to shield against the cold breeze. Finally, the wind gave up. Exhausted, it was the sun's turn. It began to shine gently and warmly down on the man. The man felt the pleasant warmth on his body began to feel comfortable. Eventually, it became warm enough that he opened up his coat and took it off. With its why was the bricks? Thank you for the bricks, kitty. Also, take naps during the afternoons. I won't sleep in my stream. I also take naps too, usually before my stream. What was that brick? It scared me. The man felt the pleasant warmth of its body began to feel comfortable. Oops. Oh well. Eventually, he became warm enough that he opened his coat and took it off. With its gentle nature, the sun had achieved what the wind had been unable to do with all its strength. What is the moral of the sun and the wind? The story teaches us that kindness and gentleness are often more effective than strength and force. And also reminds us that sometimes you can achieve more with gentle word and patience than with harsh words or cohesion. He had the points for it. So decided to throw bricks at me in the middle of a story. Ah, I see how it is. I see how it is. The next one, the dog and his bone. Do I know this one? Do I know this one? A small hungry dog lived in a quaint bricks of love. Uh-huh. My goodness. A small hungry dog lived in a quaint, picturesque village surrounded by lush meadows and flowering gardens. This dog, a slender, lively animal, was always on the outlook for his next meal. One bright sunny day, he discovered a large, tempting bone at the market. I think I do know this. Full of excitement, he grabbed the bone and ran off to hide from the eyes of the villagers. That's how you show love. By throw bricks at someone I loved. So violent, actually. This bone would be a feast. He fought happily with the bone firmly in his mouth. He wandered through the alleyways in search of a quiet place to enjoy it. His path led to an old wooden bridge that spanned a clear, calm river. As he crossed the bridge, he noticed his own reflection in the water below. But he didn't understand reflections. All he saw was another dog with what appeared to be an even bigger and more tempting bone in his mouth. Blinded by greed, the dog thought, "I must have that bone." He growled and barked at his reflection, hoping to intimidate the other dog and get the bigger bone. But as soon as he barked, his own bone slipped out of his mouth. It fell into the water and was quickly washed away by the current. The dog desperately tried to save his bone, but it was too late. It was lost. He stood by the bridge, staring into the water. Not only had he lost the bone in the water, which was only a reflection, but also his original bone, hungry and depressed. He realized his mistake. The fable teaches us how important it is to value the things we have and not to be driven by greed. The dog lost what he already had because he was striving for more than he needed. The story also reminds us to be grateful for what we have, True happiness is often found in being content with what is already ours. Well, you know they say action speaks louder than words, and what's louder than bricks? I don't know. I don't. But like, it hurts, you know. It hurts. Yeah, no. The next one, the fox, the fox and the stork. Which one's this one? Oh, outfit change. Oh, hello, Shinobu. Yahoo! Thank you for changing my outfit. Love hurts. I don't know what kind of trauma you've been in, right? Love hurts crazy. That makes sense though, but which one's this one? I think I've definitely heard of this somewhere. No, there's no trauma. Enemy. My man speaking facts. I know about that. No, I've not been dropped as a kid down the stairs as a child several times. Yeah, I don't think you have trauma. You have head trauma. Optoro. Hello, I'm good. How are you? Thank you for coming back. I think it's been a while since I saw you. Yeah, I think it's been a while. Yeah, good while. How are you doing? Trauma? There's no trauma. I don't know. It seems like a bit of brain damage to you. Anyway, just had a straight line. Oh, you mean brain damage? Anyways, let me read the next story, shall we? It's called, next fable, I guess. The Fox and the Stork. A cunning fox lived in a picturesque forest where the leaves were always rustling gently in the wind. The fox was always known for its pranks. One day he had a particularly mischievous idea. He decided to invite his friend, the stork, to an elaborate dinner party to play a trick on him. "Come to the dinner," the fox called to the stork as he strutted through the forest. "I'm preparing an exquisite multi-course meal just for you." The stork, known for being polite, accepted the invitation with a smile. That evening, the stork went to the fox's house. The fox had set a festive table and proudly presented the first course, a delicious fragrant soup, but instead of deep bowls, there were only shallow plates. The fox lapped up his soup with relish while the stork tried in vain to scoop up with his long beak. Next, the fox served a fine porridge again on a flat plate. The stork pecked and pecked, but could hardly eat a thing. The fox giggled quietly, enjoying his meal while watching the circle. This is like mad bullying. I don't have brain damage, so I can totally see the two of you on the stream right now. I become three. I didn't know I could add shadow clones. Hello, Princess Priscilla. Yahoo! How you doing? Nice seeing you here. The stork was disappointed, but he remained good-natured. "Thank you for the meal," he said kindly. "I'd like to invite you to my place tomorrow. I'll cook for us." The next evening, the fox visited the stork. He was looking forward to a delicious meal. To his surprise, the stork presented all the food in tall, narrow vases. The stork could easily reach the food with his long beak, while the fox could only look on helplessly. Now the fox understood how the stork had felt. I'm so sorry for the siren. Ashamed of a growling stomach, he watched as the stork enjoyed his meal. He realized what he'd done was not nice. What is the moral of the fox and the stork? The story shows us how important it is to treat others with respect and kindness. The fox learned that you shouldn't play with other people's feelings and that it's important to consider another person's perspective in order to understand how they feel. This story also reminds us to treat others the way we would like to be treated. I assume some people have not been told the story when they were younger. Yeah, wee. I swear you moved it to Cosmo. It's not like that. I don't think that was I think it was the ambulance. I I don't. I swear it's not. There's not that much police here. I think it's an ambulance. Loki sound the same here, so I can't really tell which one it is. But I don't think it's the police. I do see ambulances quite a bit sometimes. So yeah. Anyways, next thought, the Lion and the Mouse. I think I've heard of this story, but I'm not sure until I read it. Which one's this one? Hold up. Next one. Next fable I shall read is called The Lion and the Mouse. In a sunny forest where the leaves danced gently in a breeze, a mighty lion rested under a large tree. He had just finished his lunch and was sleeping soundly while birds chirped overhead. As the lion was sleeping, a small curious mouse crawled out of her hiding place. Without noticing the lion, she started looking for food. Suddenly, she accidentally ran over one of his huge paws. The lion woke up with a roar and grabbed the mouse. Please, mighty lion, spare me, squeaked the little mouse anxiously. One day I might be help to you. The lion laughed. How could you, so small and weak, ever be help of me, the king of animals? He asked, but he was in a good mood and let the mouse go. A few days later, the lion was walking through the forest when he fell into a net set by hunters. He could not free himself no matter what he tried. His roar echoed through the forest. The little mouse recognized the lion's voice and ran towards the sound. When she had found him caught in the net, she knew what to do. Don't worry, mighty lion, I'll help you, she called out bravely. The mouse began to chew through the net with her sharp little teeth. She nibbled and nibbled until the lion was finally free. The lion was surprised and very grateful. You're right, little mouse, he said. Even the smallest creatures can be helpful. Thank you for saving my life. What is the moral of the lion and the mouse? The story shows us not to underestimate a person, no matter how small or insignificant they may seem. Everyone has something valuable to offer, and often the smallest gestures have the biggest impact. The story also teaches us to show gratitude and humility regardless of our strength or position. Now, I swear some people never read fables when they're younger. I feel like a lot of these end a lot lessons are like common sense by now, but I guess some people don't have that. Then I know this one. My grandma read it to me, grandma. Yes, I did. Because I am a grandma. I am now reading waves. Otto, Otto. Wait, how do you read that? ちょっと待ってね. Oka? Is it Oka Bamashi? I don't think so, but I see how you read it. Otogi Banashi. Right, fairy tale. Otogi Banashi. Yeah, Otogi Banashi. Wonder if fables are the same. in Japanese? Because fables are fairy tales with morals. Fables. Oh, fables, they're called gua. Gua. So, slightly more specific term. Gua. I should read fairy tales next time too. Like a Little Mermaid. Hello! Is it Ilya the Kitsune? Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing, Ilya? Next one. Oh, the wolf in sheep's clothing. I think we all know this one. The wolf in sheep's clothing. Wait, did I miss a follow? Huh? 47. Right. The original Among Us. That's such a funny thing to say. You're not wrong. It is the original Among Us. Oh, it doesn't add. Okay, I guess I'll read after the ad, so people don't miss out too much. The story's not very long anyways. How many fables are there left? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fables left. And there's 7 including this one. Oh, that's the fables talking about. The fox and the grapes. Okay. So different fox one. Not the fox and the raven. And the fox and the grapes. I remember this one very well. Ad break. What shall we yap about during the ad break? Did anyone else also grow up with fables? Like, I don't know, because I read, I think, I'm looking at this, most of them when I was younger. I'm pretty sure, like, fables are quite common, right? I don't know. Grew up with monk. Maybe that's why, you know, Kitty always bullies me. So read fables to my sister. Like, hello, Nezu. Hi. Yahoo. How you doing, Nezu? Hi. So I used to read a lot with my sister. Really, I used to read them myself. like in elementary school, I guess the textbooks were like reading. I guess we have like a textbook, but again, it contained a lot of stories, and then a lot of it is fables. So yeah. We mostly right. I still remember them. Haven't bullied out. That's true. Haven't bullied me that much recently. Yeah, the other titles in this, right? I think we all know. One is called The City Mouse and the Country Mouse. I think everyone knows this. I don't know. There's one called The Tortoise and the Hare. Oh, the Fox and the Grapes. The Goose That Laid the Golden Eggs. The Peacock and the Crane. I'm not sure if I know this one. By the title, I don't think I know this one. And the last one, The Tortoise and the Eagle. I don't remember this one either. But yeah, the rest I think are quite common, well-known fables. And Fox and the Grapes, really? Fox and the Grapes is quite well-known, I think. And maybe it depends on the country, I think. That's Russian. What does it say? Let me snuggle that is okay. Once I read it, you'll probably figure it out, because I didn't remember about the fox and the stork and the dog and his bone, the sun and the wind until I read it. I'm like, oh wait, I do know this one. Hello, yeah, arigato, sisters from Russia. Yeah, arigato. Yeah, arigato. Hello, all the men and girls from Russia. I'm writing for translator. Hello. I'm not, unfortunately, not Russian, so isn't yeah, arigato the it's me, son. Yeah, arigato. That thing. And that song makes me wanna jump. Only finger is Fox and the Hound. Which one is that one? Fox and the Hound. Is that a fable? Ah, hello, Tektara! Yahoo, yahoo! I don't think I know Fox and the Hound. Oh, hello, Optimus! Okay, go have fun lurking. I'm very cute and sad. Yeah, I don't know this movie. Wait, is the ad ended? I think the ad ended. Shall get ready to read the next one. The Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. Hello, Minecraft one 200 YT1. Hello, hello. Thank you so much for the fun. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? How are you all doing, comrades? Shall we go have some tea and more tea with dumplings? Arigato, arigato. What's your name? My name? It's Ayla. You can just call me Ayla. Yo. Next to study. The Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. As Marito said, the original Among Us. when is this from? Hold on. When is this year? It was from 1st century AD biblical in the Gospel of Matthew. That's crazy. It is the original Among Us. Yeah, thank you so much for the follow. For beer. Thank you. Thank you. Hey. Put the hair up instead. Yeah, welcome. Call you Artem? Yaha senpai. Hi, I'll call you Artem. Hi. Well, the 2,600-year-old fable was later written down style of Aesop, of its earliest record in English in 1692. Yeah, so old. Older than me. And I'm 300 years old, so like... No, I was around during like 1,700. Oh, thank you. This is my original hairstyle, actually. Yeah. Hold on, this is my... Oh. No, this is my original. I'm writing to you for a translation. I don't know what you're saying. That's okay. You know, you can just enjoy the vibes. Enjoy the vibes of Yoa. It's the original Yoa. Yeah. But today, I only use bows. Because they're cute. Okay, let's read the original Among Us. In a dense forest where the trees reach high into the sky, lived a cunning and hungry wolf. Despite trying many times, he had never managed to get too close to the tasty-looking sheep. In the nearby meadow, every time he crept up, the sheep stretched. Okay. The sheep either recognized him immediately and ran away, or the watchful shepherd chased him away with his dogs. One day, the wolf had an idea. If I look like a sheep, maybe they won't notice me, he thought. He found the wool of a sheep that had died and pulled it over his furry body. Now he looked like a real sheep, at least at first glance. The disguised wolf slowly approached the herd. Bah, bah, he said quietly, so as not to attract attention. The sheep who were grazing peacefully did not notice. He could hardly believe his luck. This is going to work, he thought. The sound of things. Thank you. I think I tried my best. When evening came, the wolf followed the sheep in the stable. The shepherd didn't notice the intruder when he counted the sheep. Before closing the stable door, I don't know why the image of Shaun the sheep just like went into my head. Like the opening. Where like you count the sheep will go in the stable one by one, I don't know. The wolf waited patiently until everyone grew quiet in the darkness. He crept up to one of the sheep. Now you're mine, he thought and licked his lips. But just at that moment, the shepherd came back into the stable. He had forgotten to select a sheep for the market. The next morning, not recognizing the wolf, the shepherd reached for him and pulled away by his wool. The wolf was so surprised that he didn't move. When the shepherd pulled away the sheepskin, he could hardly believe his eyes. A wolf, he shouted, startled. The wolf had been caught and his plan had failed. How many models? I have 2 models. Guys, thank you. To immerse in the plot. This is actually so interesting. What is the moral of the wolf in sheep's clothing? This story shows us that it is not wise to pretend to be someone else in order to deceive others. Sooner or later, the truth will come out and will lead to unpleasant consequences. This is why it's always better to be honest and authentic. Not to pretend to be someone in order to deceive others. Sounds very familiar. Like I don't know if you heard some VTuber dramas where they fake everything. Oh my gosh. The moral of the story is you need to finish a task so other sheep can live. Come closer. I can do that. Ta-da! Oh. My desk is in the way. Okay. Ta-da! Da, da, da. Why the brakes? But thank you. Alright, next one. Next one is the city mouse and the country mouse. I think we all know this story. I believe. Let me take you home. No, I'm stuck in the dream realm. I can't leave. I don't want to leave. I like being in my own house, being a neat. I don't like leaving my house. Right. City mouse and the country mouse. Smile. Wait. Did that work? Is that what you mean? By smile to the max? Might be your best angle, yeah. The close-up angle? I can't link. Ta-da! This is all the time. Not all the time. Kirin, nande? Why did you? Bro breaks that mean? The facial expression is the best. Thank you. It is very, very expressive, isn't it? Speaking of good facial expression, you know why I have good facial expression? Well, it's because of my artist that worked on this model. Now, Kirimi, if you may, promote my artist for me. I love promoting them. Yeah, go check out these lovely people. I must promote them at every opportunity I can. Right? Everyone did such a good job on it. Without them, I would not be this cute. But yeah. Anyways, let's continue on reading, shall we? The city mouse and the country mouse. I think this is quite a famous one. I think. Let's start. In a quiet, idyllic field, a country mouse lived in a modest but cozy little hole. Her furniture was simple, her clothes practical, and her food consisted of grains and roots. One day she received a visit from her friend who lived in a magnificent house in the city. When the city mouse arrived, she looked around in dismay. How can you live in such simplicity? She asked. Your clothes are so simple, your furniture is so primitive, and this food, it's so plain. There's so much more to enjoy and experience in the city. I am from the dream realm. Hello, Kutsuko-san. Yahoo. Hello. How you doing, Kutsuko-san? Mm-hmm. Yeah, this rice rich mouse is kind of mean. I need to be nicer about it. How long do you think I've lived before I die from all that 18? I think a good, well, depending what you are, right? You could have a good 1,000 years left, a good few hundred years left, right? I know. Not even an elf. I guess the ears make it elfy. It is elf ears. But yeah, I am meant to be a dream maiden. So look, the reason for the elf ears was initially on the model I designed myself. I couldn't be bothered drawing ears like normal ears. I just did whatever. And I guess Uli interpreted them as elf ears. So she gave me elf ears. I'm like, you know what? I'm a roll of it. Elf ears are much easier to draw than normal ears anyways. So yeah. I'm not an elf though. I'm a dream maiden. Plan to go to Siberia? And I don't have any plans at the moment to go to Siberia, no. Maybe one day though. Maybe one day if I have money. Think your ears are weird. Oh, thank you. I wonder what it would be like if I had normal ears. The plan was to have normal ears. Yeah. It's better not gonna lie. If you did have normal ears, I freak out. Why? Why? Don't wanna see you have normal ears? Come on, wouldn't it be cute with normal ears? Anyway, let's continue reading the story, shall we? This is cute. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Bleach, for the bricks. Does Nya mean understanding? It's just a cat sound, right? Yeah. I think you should have a trigger for that just to freak him. I should. Like, can you give me a toggle for normal ears? Right, let's continue. I'm getting so sidetracked. The country mouse felt uncomfortable and ashamed of her modest home. She had never thought of much luxury, but the city mouse's snide remarks made her doubt herself. Maybe she really was missing out. Despite her feelings, the country mouse prepared a simple meal. while the city mouse continued to mock the rustic fare. In the city, we eat the finest cheeses and the other exquisite delicacies, she boasted, after an awkward evening during which the city mouse complained about the silence of country life. She invited the country mouse back to the city. The country mouse, who had grown curious and unsure about her own life, agreed. When they arrived in the city mouse led her friend into a magnificent house. There, she proudly presented a feast of delicious food. You see, this is how to live, she said triumphantly. But they had barely started eating when a cat suddenly stormed into the room. They fled in panic and hid in a small crevice. Well, that's the price you pay for elegance, said the city mouse in a small voice, her heart still racing. The country mouse realized that she preferred her simple yet peaceful life. I'm going back to my quiet home, she said resolutely. I don't need luxuries that put my life in danger. With a new sense of appreciation of her simple but secure life, the country mouse happily returned to her humble home. Well, she never had problems with it until the city mouse. So she already appreciated what she had, but like country city mouse, country mouse doubt themselves. The country mouse does not concern himself with city. Exactly. What is the moral of the city mouse and the country mouse? The fable teaches us to be content with what we have. What good is life full of luxuries and possessions if it is accompanied by constant worries and dangers? These mice reminded us to appreciate our own lives and realize that sometimes less is more. Okay, I'll go by. See ya. Bye bye for beer. Thank you so much for the following. Bye bye. I think, yeah. I think the lesson is just be content with your own life. If the city mouse was happy, risking themselves for luxuries, then let them. I guess they do them. And then yeah, city mouse shouldn't be so judgmental too of the country mouse either. Like don't test city mouse. Bye bye. Next one. The one I think is the most famous fable. The tortoise and the hare. The most famous one. I believe. I think everyone knows this story. Because they're like, oh, the slow and steady wins the race, right? The tortoise and the hare. The hare was known throughout the forest for its strength and speed. Effortlessly, he could cover long distances in a very short time without breaking a sweat. One day, the hare hobbled past a tortoise that was laboriously making its way through the forest. The hare stopped and started laughing. With your short feet and big shell, you're the slowest animal I've ever seen. Take good care you don't accidentally fall asleep while you're running, cheered the hare, holding his belly with laughter. The tortoise was not swayed by the hare's words. Slowly, she continued to put one foot in front of the other. I really have to look very closely to tell if you're moving or standing on the spot. How long does it take you to walk 10 yards a whole day? The hare continued to bow. Oh, this hare was such a bully. That's when the tortoise stopped. You go ahead and make fun of me. So far, I've always arrived at my destination, and I think about it carefully. I would think I would beat you in a race, said the tortoise, smirking. Hearing this, the hare rolled on the floor laughing. Only after a few minutes did the hare calm down again and agree to the race. The two quickly agreed on the fox as the referee, and met a short time later at the old birch tree. The agreed starting point of the race. Whoever arrives first at the big pond has won the race, the fox announced. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go! He shouted, and opened the race. As if struck by lightning, the hare jumped off and hopped away. After a short time, he had already covered half the distance. He turned around and found that the tortoise had only advanced a few steps. If it's that easy, I still have enough time to make a short detour to the carrot field, though, but the hare. To the cheers of the watching animals, he hobbled straight to the big field and nibbled a few carrots with relish. When he got back to the running track after a few minutes, he saw the tortoise was still near the starting line. With difficulty, it put one foot in front of the other and slowly crawled through the forest. Now hurry up, the hare called to her, and turned around. The birds, mice, and foxes watching the spectacle cheered the hare on. Prompted by the applause of the audience, the hare performed several tricks and daredevil jumps. However, the numerous carrots and all the movement had made the hare tired. Therefore, just before the finish line, he lay down in grass to rest a bit. No sooner had he lain down than he was fast asleep. Suddenly, he was jolted out of his reverie by loud cheers and applause. He opened his eyes and could hardly believe what he saw. The turtle set foot over the finish line and had won the race. Congratulations, dear turtle, you have won the race, shouted the fox. All the animals of the forest congratulated the turtle and celebrated the incredible victory together with him. What is the moral of the tortoise and the hare? The story shows that speed alone does not necessarily lead to the goal. Consistency and patience are just as important for achieving one's goals. Arrogance and recklessness, on the other hand, can even put a victory that you thought was secure in jeopardy. Should the original fable later increase? Is it? Let me go search it up. That's like origin. It is. This one's by Aesop themselves, dating to 6th century BC. That's crazy. Why are these stories so old? Huh. I wonder, like, it's kind of crazy how it gets passed down this far. The stories. Napoleon has famous quote like this fable too. Dress me slowly, for I am in a hurry. Odin's, I'm not. I'm 300 years old. I am not centuries old. 300 years ago was like 1725. That's not that long ago. What do you mean? Huh? You know, what? That's like the 18th century. I'm not that old. Not too long. It is not too long ago. I don't know what's going on with that. Let me drink some water. I think it's been a while since I had some water. Copium. Just the 18th century. It is just the 18th century. It was like three centuries ago. Hello, Yaya. Hi. My bad. It was 320 years ago, so you're 20 years younger. Yeah. I'm from like 1725. Next year is my 301 birthday. Hello, Yaya. How you doing, Yaya? Hope you're doing good, Yaya. Wonder if there's an ad soon. Cause it's 2 minutes until the 2-hour mark. This story shouldn't be too long. Hello, how are you doing, Yaya? Okay, next story: The Fox and the Grapes. On a warm late summer's day, a fox roamed the countryside. His reddish-brown fur shone in the sun, and a light breeze blew through the surrounding bushes. I'm doing good too. Thank you for asking. Just reading a bunch of fables for now. We've gone through like I think a good few already. The birds in the trees were chirping and everything seemed peaceful and calm. The fox let his gaze wander in search of something to eat. He hadn't eaten anything all day, and his stomach was grumbling. I need something to eat, or starve to death, he thought. But then he caught sight of a magnificent vine growing on the roof of the farmhouse. Hanging from it were countless bunches of grapes, glistening in the sun. That's just the thing, he thought, and he ran towards the farm. From below the vine, he could see little tits and blackbirds snacking on one branch after another. They're clearly delicious grapes, as the birds couldn't get enough of them. This'll be easy for me, thought the fox, and he took a few steps back. He crouched down and jumped up and grabbed the grapes with his paw. But he missed and landed on the ground with an empty paw. I must have taken too little of a run up. 2 more steps, and I'll have the whole vine in my paws, he thought confidently. But on his next attempt, his paws again reached into the void, and then he landed on the ground without any grapes. The fox tried over and over, but each of his attempts to pluck a few grapes from the vine failed. Half an hour and countless jumps later, the fox was exhausted, full of anger and defiance, and snorted, "Pah, I would really try if these grapes were at least ripe and sweet, but these sour grapes aren't worth my effort." The blackbirds were unperturbed by his activities and nibbled one grape after another. With empty paws and a grumbling stomach, the proud fox turned away and continued to roam the countryside. Unlucky. That was unfortunate. He tried so hard but didn't succeed. What is the moral of the fox and the grapes? The story of the proud fox has 2 lessons. First, it shows the risk of desiring anything beyond your reach. Second, it illustrates that sometimes people prefer to blame their failures on circumstances rather than naming their real cause. Anyways, I shall take a quick ad break before reading the next story. So I shall be back. Give me a moment. Hello, hello, hello. Yahoo, yahoo. That ended? I think that ended. Thank you, thank you. Tadaima, Mina. Oh, Julie. Thank you for the breaks. I saw Julie was here earlier. I'm sorry, I just missed you. Please put me to sleep again. Again? Have you fallen asleep to me before? Thank you. Tadaima. What's with the bricks greeting me back? Hello, Julie. Kirini, do you mind giving Julie a shout out? If you can, thank you. Yeah, thank you, thank you. Everyone go check out Julie if you haven't. She's very great. Also very entertaining, very nice person as well. And then she also puts watermelon detail like me, so yeah. She's also really talented at art, so please go follow her. I think I rated her a few times. Anyways, watermelon. Let's not talk about watermelon. D tier. I was watching her play Genshin yesterday. I learned she knows a lot of languages. Really? That's cool. Then I need to go back to Genshin. I heard she's currently studying Japanese, is what I know. Already followed her. Nice, good job. The watermelon does belong in D tier. I don't like watermelon. Like, not just the fruit. I don't like watermelon juice either. But that's a conversation for another day. So, because next week, I'm doing a Yap stream collab with me, and at the moment we're planning to do a tier list. Because last time we've only did anime main characters, and what else do we do? Food and fruit, and like anime waifu. So next time we're planning to do anime men. And I tell you, なんでスイカってさ、なんだろう、味があんまりない。思わないの？スイカ、味があんまりない。Hello, Wolf Noodle. Hello, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Of course, me you choose anime men. Yeah, because he's into men. I didn't say that. Don't tell him I said that. Can you do tier list of your mods? Like the 4 of them? That'll be fun. That'll be really funny. Right? I'll ask him. 甘い？スイカ、甘いの？味が、本当に少ない。少ない。薄い。本当に薄い。本当に。甘いの味が、全然、なんという感じしない？感じ。Most of it I can't taste 味してない。甘いの味がない。ユアにとってさ。です。hello. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Hello, a freeze frame. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for the follow. How are you doing? Thank you so much for the follow. As well, welcome to the stream. How are you doing as well? Are you doing good? Doing good? You better be doing good. All of you better be doing good. But if you're not doing good, that's also okay. Life happens. Lowest and go tier list. Yeah, we use burn. Yeah, we use burn. Maybe has 7 mods. It's like 2v7. I've only met one of them. I think Milan. I don't know who else mods for Mimi, to be honest. Hello, Freeze Frame. Welcome to the chat. Welcome. Yeah. I'm curious how it'll go. I'm curious how like 2 people ranking it would go. Cause like, especially if we do food. Oh, it's gonna be so much arguing, knowing me. We have to like, oh, he was so triggered when I said I didn't like watermelon. I put in D, and he was even more triggered when he found out that Julie also agreed with me. It's like that's why you both stinky. It was so funny. Yeah. It was look, it's not that bad. And then you know what, right? You know how I put coconut in D tier? It was like, you know, in chat, how could you, like, betrayed me, Coconut Club. And later, guess what? It turns out, so as we're talking, so Milan doesn't actually like coconut that much either. I don't like coconut, right? And I don't remember what Julie said about coconut, but you know what Mimi said? Actually, I don't really like coconut either. I just like the coconut juice. It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm like, what do you... The watermelon's canon in it. It is, it is. Coconut is fine, right? The nasty for me to say, how dare you for not liking coconut in my chat, even though he doesn't like coconut himself. Just the juice. Crazy. I like the coconut juice too. It was nice. I just don't like coconut flakes. It's not like the meaty part. I don't know how to explain it. The texture is a bit weird. Anyway. Twitch recommendations hallucinating, recommending me nonsense. Like, what are they recommending you? Anyways, I should have a coconut tree. Do you have the brown coconut tree or the green one? I should should probably get to my reading, shouldn't I? Alright. Let's continue the fable, shall we? You hit and your friends and coconuts. Yeah, you can. I did that before with Mimi. I don't think on stream, but I don't know if it was on the stream. I mean, it might have been a test game. Right, that's green. I've never had green coconut, but I know green coconut's one of the water, and I don't really like coconut water. Alright, without any more stalling, let's read. The goose that laid the golden eggs. Is this a fable? I remember being about this old man that collected the eggs. Oh, it is! Some farmer. Okay. A farmer lived with 8 cows and 4 geese on a small farm on the skirts of town. Every morning, the farmer had the same routine. First, he went into the cowshed to milk the cows. Once he had placed a large milking bucket under the first cow, he would begin to milk gently. After a few practice moves, the bucket would be filled. He would repeat this for each cow. They would thank him with a loud moo. Moo. Next, he went into the goose shed to collect their eggs. He carefully placed them one by one in a small basket and patted the geese lovingly. Every Wednesday and Saturday, the farmer took the milk and eggs to the small market square in the center of town where many farmers offered their goods for sale. The farmer led a happy life. He had everything he needed. One morning, he went into the goose house with his little baskets like eggs. He was startled to find a very different looking egg. It flashed in the nest of the largest and most magnificent goose. It was not white and dull like other eggs, but radiant gold. The farmer euphorically grabbed the golden egg and ran to his living room, where he examined it in detail. The entire egg was made of pure gold. Overjoyed, the farmer took the egg to the marketplace and presented it to a local jewelry dealer. He found a particularly valuable treasure, said the merchant. I'll pay a good price if you sell me this egg. The next morning, he could hardly believe his luck when another golden egg lay in the nest, the largest and most magnificent goose. Again, he sold it for a small fortune in the town's marketplace. This went on, day after day, and the farmer quickly became a wealthy man. But it wasn't a long time until the farmer became impatient. He wondered why the goose couldn't lay 2 or 3 eggs a day. That would make him richer faster, much faster. Then he had a thought. If the big beautiful goose lays a golden egg every morning, she must be entirely made of pure gold herself. Why should I wait for a small golden egg each day when I have a big goose made of pure gold? The farmer rushed into the goose house and slaughtered the large, magnificent goose. But what he saw shook him to the core. The goose was not made out of pure gold, but ordinary goose meat just like any other. In no time at all, the farmer had lost both his large, magnificent goose and the golden egg every morning. R.I.P. Goose did not deserve that treatment. What is the moral of the goose that laid the golden eggs? The story of the greedy farmer illustrates the negative consequences of greed. Instead of waiting for a gold egg each morning, the farmer wanted more. He lost sight of his comfortable life and demanded ever greater and faster wealth. As a result, he became so blinded in his actions that he eventually destroyed the source of his own happiness. Damn, this one's damn. Society in it. Yeah, this would be really good. The cow, that was a good cow sound. Was it? I do my best to do the animal sound effects. My neck kind of hurts from looking up so much. Huh. I'm not. The peacock and the crane. Stretch. Thank you. I shall hydrate myself. Thank you. Let me drink water. So sorry. I hit the mic with my water bottle. But hello, Rex Blizzard. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Side pony? Side pony is cute. I guess cute. Hi. Are you gonna welcome in with a brick? If someone joins, are you gonna throw a brick at me every time someone follows? Next one. The peacock and the crane. Do I know about this? I feel like I do, but I don't know. I just have points for it. Okay, I'll add my redeems so I can use it on something else, okay? Thank you for the bricks, yeah. At some point I wonder if you guys have to start breaking bricks. Well, it's deflecting bricks, so it's quite strong. Okay. And stream redeem. I will. I feel like that one would be like usually is a million too high for end stream? I think too high. 100k points to end stream would be really funny, wouldn't it? 100k. Yeah, 100k. And I think I should have the price slowly go up, right? Well, I can only be one per stream. The stream's gonna end anyways. Right? Oh, hello, Dar Master. Hello, hello. Thank you so much to follow me. Thank you. How you doing there, Master? Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? And that's a good waste of points, but it would be really fun. Hello. 50k, 50. Oh, I'm so scared. When will you use it though? I hope it's like I can start. Can I? Am I allowed to start the stream again after you ended it, or just done for the done for the day? Like imagine it's still the starting soon screen and Kidding just redeems it. I'm like, just done. Can you at least redeem it like after like an hour in though? Because for people's watch streak. Thank you for the headband. Thank you. I don't want people to miss their watch streak. Well, I guess I can make it a clip, and I think people can, according to my Twitch stats, and like, you know, someone is close to losing their streak, post a story or something. Thank you for the headband. I'm not too sure, but yeah, guess we'll find out. I'll redeem as soon as you turns into your chatting screen. That is really funny. You know what would be funny? Like a coordinated one. Like everyone save up to at least 100k, and for every stream that week, at least one person redeems it as soon as I transition to the chatting screen. That'll be really, really funny. A coordinated one. Then there'll really be no stream for a week. And I shouldn't give my chat ideas. One full week of 5-minute streams. Right? And you guys won't be able to let me stream at all. We've been like, hello everyone. Oh, thank you for coming to my stream. That'll be really, really funny, wouldn't it? If only it would be possible to power level one person when we send all our points. Like, that would be really cool, like point trading. That'd be really funny. Speaking of points, I forgot to set the community thing. I was gonna set it as like a I laugh I lose challenge. I think that'll be a good next one or something. But no, I am gonna plan a community Discord night. Eventually, I think whenever it's I think some of us have school, right? I know Kirin and Yaya have school, so I want to wait at least it's their holidays. At least in December, near Christmas time. We shall watch a Christmas movie. Yeah, you know what? A Christmas movie. I think that's a good time to watch a movie together. I think I'm starting soon to think so much. It would be the gambling command. I don't think so. I have an 8-ball command that's close enough to gambling. Yeah, if I don't, Kirin or Myoko can always add it. Please, I should do my reading, and it's getting sidetracked enough. Yeah, gambling is fun. Yes, of course. Gambling is always fun. We all love gambling. That's why I play gacha games. Anyways, let's read. Well, let me adjust myself. So, oh my neck. Keep looking up. The gambling will be the end of my points. You would. I think the gambling is a command, so I don't think you'll use up any points. I do want to get more redeems though. I do want to get more. Give me, give me a bit. I spent way too much this week. I have like over 1 million. I gambled and lost. Oh no, the gambling addiction is crazy. I'm not gonna lie, other than gacha, I don't understand gambling. I don't wanna risk losing my money. So I know I could win, but I could also lose. So yeah. Should put gambling. A gamble command would be really fun. Right, without any further delays, let's read the story, shall we? I'll let Kirinin handle the gambling command. Story time! The Peacock and the Crane. A peacock stood at the edge of a pond. He marveled at his own beauty, watching his reflection in the water for hours. What a magnificent creature I am, he thought to himself. Look at my golden feathers, my bright colors. No other bird is anywhere near as beautiful as me. Suddenly, he was torn from his thoughts by a loud noise. A crane, who landed right next to him in the pond, was taking long strides for the water. Hey, you ugly bird! What are you doing here? The peacock yelled. That's so mean. The crane remained unperturbed and continued to search the pond for something to eat. Look at you, the peacock continued. All gray and dirty, and those long legs and neck. You're no beauty, especially compared to me. At this, the crane stopped and slowly raised his head. He looked at the peacock in astonishment. I mean, look at me. I'm the most beautiful bird of all. My colorful tail alone makes yours pale in comparison. The crane had had enough. He took to the air and said, You're right. You're beautiful. You are a beautiful bird. And much more colorful than I am, but you know what? I can soar high up into the air and fly out to the horizon. I can carry my freedom in my wings and can see the world from above. You, on the other hand, just stand on the ground all the time and get gawked at by strangers. The vain peacock realized how wrong he had been. He had tried to apologize to the crane, but he was already flying towards the horizon. What is the moral of the peacock and the crane? Like with the peacock, vanity and arrogance can distort someone's self-image and make them derogatory towards other living beings. The crane teaches that beauty is not the most important trait in the world. Damn, society in it. You know, a lot of these fables speaks a lot about a current society. Interesting. We live in a society. We live in this, and these fables are like really, really old. Gamble, is it working? I can't really see it from my end, but oh, when you gamble, do you gamble your actual points? That's crazy. Yes, that makes sense. Right, the next one is the final fable. In at least the list I found, the final fable on this website. And then we can go to actual stories. I think. Yeah. Alright. Let's read, shall we? The Tortoise and the Eagle. A small tortoise sat on the edge of the sea, gazing longingly at the birds flying effortlessly overhead. They float elegantly amidst the clouds. It must be wonderful to look at the world from above and fly carefree through the air. The tortoise thought. I, on the other hand, entrapped in my heavy shell, crawling laboriously through the sand. How unfair life is. I do know this one. I do know this one. My memory, I remember now. An eagle flying by noticed the sand tortoise and landed next to her. Hello, little tortoise, he said. Why do you look so sad? Is something wrong? I don't think you understand, she replied. You're such a proud bird, soaring high into the sky without effort and gliding through the air with your powerful wings. Meanwhile, I can barely walk a meter without a whole day of passing by. Could you teach me to fly so I can soar through the air and see the world from above? The eagle was skeptical. That will never work. You don't have wings, and you can't fly without wings. Don't be a spoiled sport, said the tortoise. Maybe it's only because I've never been taught how to fly. I'm sure it will work. She looked at the eagle with wide eyes, but the eagle could not refuse. He took the tortoise in his little claws and spread his wings and soared up in the sky. The tortoise was beside herself with joy. It's even more beautiful up here than I had imagined, she said. Now let me go so I can fly by myself. That does not seem like a good idea, Mr. Tortoise, or Miss Tortoise. Come on, be reasonable, the eagle began. You don't have any. Just then, the eagle was interrupted by a tortoise screaming loudly. Do it! He was so startled he let go of the little tortoise, and she fell like a wet little sack, hitting the water with a big splash. Fortunately, she had retreated into her shell so that she would resurface unscathed after a short while. The eagle rushed to her side and landed in the water next to her. He was relieved that she had not been injured in the fall. Just as well, the little tortoise popped with relief. Oh, thank you. Hello, Pink J. Hi. Thank you for the headband. You're right, wise eagle. Some things probably shouldn't be true, no matter how much I want them to be. What is the moral of the tortoise and the eagle? The story teaches us to think carefully in advance about what we want and not make foolhardy demands. It also illustrates that there are some things that are the way they are and cannot be changed. Nice. That's all the fables done. I do have a normal bedtime stories. I should fairy tales. Fairy tales would be good. It's working. Oh, hello, the last of the Rangers. Thank you so much for following me. How are you doing? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream as well. Turtle wasn't flying hard. So true. If they only tried harder, they would have been able to do it. Fairy tales. Fairy tales to read. Wish everyone's gambling. That's crazy. Everyone is not gambling. I need to try that too. Alright, fairy tales. So, oh, this one has everything. This is Brothers Grimm's Small Stories, Aesop, that we just read. Hans Christian Andersen, 1001 Nights. This one I don't know. Pura was the first of the great fairy tale tradition. Includes Cinderella's and Oh, I see. Huh. Let's go through the. I don't care about the small stories. I want to read The Little Mermaid. I think The Little Mermaid was Hans Christian Andersen. From what I know, remember? Hans Christian. The snow. Oh, the Snow Queen. The Ugly Duckling, Emperor's Clothing. Yeah, The Little Mermaid. Does anyone know the original Little Mermaid? I read the original one first, and then I found out about the Disney one, and I didn't like it because it was different from what I know. Yeah, let's read the original Little Mermaid. There's 3 parts to it. It is quite long, so it'll be good. Hold on, there's a preface here. This is a truly moving and beautiful story. You'll be transported to the magical underworld gardens of the mermaids. This famous tale is every bit as lovely as Hans Christian Andersen's other masterpiece, The Snow Queen. But be warned, it's a long story, and it's very powerful. It might make you cry. I am sure that it will stay with you for the rest of your life. It did, actually. I prefer this version way more than the Disney one. The Little Mermaid longs to experience the human world. On her 15th birthday, she's at last allowed to rise to the surface. She saves the prince from drowning and falls in love with him. And that's the synopsis. I think everyone knows The Little Mermaid. But I don't know if everyone knows the original. It is much darker, I think, and sadder than the Disney one, which I like a lot more. Oh, I think this is the original one. I hope. I think so. The first 3 parts. Far out in the ocean, where the water is as blue as the prettiest cornflower, and as clear as crystal, it is very, very deep, so deep, indeed that no cable could fathom it. Many church steeples piled one upon another would not reach from the ground beneath to the surface of water above. There dwell the Sea King and his subjects. We must not imagine that there is nothing at the bottom of the sea, but bare yellow sand. No, indeed. The most singular flowers and plants grow there, the leaves and stems of which are so pellucid that the slightest agitation of the water causes them to stir as if they had life. Fishes, both large and small, glide between the branches. As birds fly among the trees, here, upon land, in the deepest spot of all, stands the castle of the Sea King. Its walls are built of coral, and the long Gothic windows are of the clearest amber. Thank you so much for the follow, Yonimika! Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? So don't ignore my chat gambling. But sorry. Welcome. How you doing? Hello. Nice seeing you in chat. Was the Little Mermaid the one where she had 3 stepfishes and a prince that used glass soap to find? I think that's Cinderella. I think that's Cinderella. I don't indoctrinate new people to gambling. Also, hello, XO Kyle OX. Thank you so much for the follow. How are you doing, Kyle? Welcome to chat. Welcome. Hope you're having a good day or night. Free step bitches. Yeah, I think that's Cinderella. And where am I up to? I think hello. I'm I'm doing good too, thank you. Currently, I'm reading The Little Mermaid. I think it's the original one. Well, the Hans Christian Andersen one. So I hope this one actually is they didn't rewrite it, or maybe they reworded it better for nowadays. But the story should be the same. So there's 3 parts to this. And one sitting. Go gamble. Okay. Wait, is it gamble all? Gamble all. Is that how you do it? uh, 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 um, uh, you know what? Maybe gambling is not my forte. Right, maybe I should just go back to reading the story. um, that did not happen. I really wanted to win. Cinderella, I thought she was the one with the cloak as red as cinder is fair. And a fair grandma in the woods. This little red riding hood. Are you trolling? Are you trolling? Please, let's continue the story. Fishes, both large and small, glide between the branches. As birds fly among the trees here upon land, in the deepest spot of all stands the castle of the Sea King. Its walls are built of coral, and the long Gothic windows are of the clearest amber. The roof is formed of shells that open and close as the water flows over them. Their appearance is very beautiful, for in each lies a glittering pearl, which would be fit for the diadem of a queen. The Sea King had been a widower for many years, and his aged mother kept house for him. She was a very wise woman, and exceedingly proud of her high birth. On that account, she wore 12 horses on her tail, while others, also higher rank, were only allowed to wear 6. She was, however, deserving. She was, however, deserving of very great praise, especially for her care of the little sea princesses, her granddaughters. There were 6 beautiful children, but the youngest was the prettiest of them all. Her skin was as clear and delicate as the rose leaf, and her eyes as blue as the deepest sea, but, like all the others, she had no feet, and her body ended in a fish's tail. All day long they played in the great halls of the castle, or among the living flowers that grew out of the walls. The large amber windows were opened, and the fish swam in. Just as the swallows fly into her house when we open the windows, expecting that the fish swam up to the princesses, ate out of their hands, and allowed themselves to be stroked. Outside the castle there was a beautiful garden, in which grew bright red and dark blue flowers and blossoms like flames of fire. The fruit glittered like gold, and the leaves' stems waved to and from continually. The earth itself was the finest sand, but blue as the flame of burning sulphur. Over it everything lay a peculiar blue radiance, as it were surrounded by the air from above, through which the blue sky shone, instead of the dark depths of the sea. In calm weather the sun could be seen, like a purple flower of the light streaming from the calyx. Each of the young princesses had a little plot of ground in the garden, where she might dig and plant as she pleased. One arranged her flower bed into the form of a whale. Another thought it better make hers like the figure of a little mermaid. But that of the youngest was round like the sun, and contained flowers as red as her rays at sunset. She was a strange child, quiet and thoughtful, and while her sisters were delighted with the wonderful things which they obtained from the wrecks of the vessel, She cared for nothing but her pretty red flowers, like the sun, expecting a beautiful marble statue. It was the representation of a handsome boy carved out of pure white stone, which had fallen to the bottom of the sea from a wreck. She planted by the statue of rose-colored weeping willow. It grew splendidly, and very soon hung its fresh branch over the statue, almost down to blue stands. Hello, Drazzle Rogue. Welcome to the street. Hi, how are you doing? I'm just reading the Little Mermaid right now. In part 1, there's 3 parts to this, and it's the original Little Mermaid. So yeah. Believe you had a good day or night? Yeah. The shadow had a violet tint and waved to and fro like the branches. It seemed as if the crown of the tree and the root were at play and tried to kiss each other. Nothing gave nothing gave her so much pleasure as to hear about the world above the sea. She made her old grandmother tell her all she knew of the ships and the towns, the people and the animals. To her, it seemed most wonderful and beautiful to hear that the flowers of the land should have fragrance, and not those below the sea, and the trees of the forest should be green, and that the fishes among the trees could sing so sweetly, and it was quite a pleasure to hear them. Her grandmother called the little bird fishes, or she would not have understood her, for she had never seen birds. Hello, Jonathan! Hello! Thank you so much for the follow, Jonathan! How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Welcome! Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Hope you're having a good day or night. If you like to gamble money away. Oh no, all my viewers are gambling addicts. I am too, so I can't say anything. I gambled all my 5,000 points in one go. So, beautiful voice. Thank you. I'm not beautiful, but thank you. The cooldown is just keeping our points. You just lost your points. I know, I gambled my points away. Please give me back my points later if you can. Thank you. Where am I up to? When you have reached your 15th year, said the grandmother, you'll have permission to rise up out of the sea, to sit on the rocks in the moonlight. All the great ships are sailing by, and then you will see both forests and towns. In the thank you for adding the points. Thank you. In the following year, one of the sisters would be 15. But as each was a year younger than the other, the youngest would have to wait 5 years before her turn came to rise up from the bottom of the ocean and see the earth as we do. However, each promised to tell the others what she saw on the first visit, and what she thought the most beautiful, for their grandmother could not tell them enough. There are so many things on which they wanted information. None of them longed so much for her turn to come as the youngest, she who had the longest time to wait, and who was so quiet and thoughtful. Many nights she stood by the open window, looking out through the dark blue water and watching the fish as they splashed about their fins and tails. She could see the moon and stars shining faintly, but through the water they looked larger than do to our eyes. When something like a black cloud passes between her and them, she knew that it was either a whale swimming overhead or a ship full of human beings, who had never imagined that a pretty little mermaid was standing beneath them, holding out her white hands towards the keel of the ship. Canadian's a dad who gives money to you to camp. He is like that. It's like I'm giving, or like pocket money. It's like, here's your pocket money. Don't spend it all in one go. And I'm spending it all in one go. Oh yeah, that's what Marito said. I think Canadian literally said don't spend it all in one go, and I did. ASMR is very calming. Thank you. I'm glad you find it calming. You will spend it all on snacks. I have done that before, yes. I actually have. I have 5,000 points. Wait. Yes, I do. I do. Gamble. And let's gamble half of it. I won! I won! Let's go! You know what this means? It's time to gamble the rest of the points in one go. Cause I win big. Alright, I shall gamble the rest of my 7,502 points. Ah! Oh, I do have to wait? Oh, it's a timer, isn't it? uh, you didn't see anything. Oh. That's a cool timer though, so it doesn't get spammed. That is a very fitting email. Oh. Anyways, continuing to the story, shall we? As soon as the eldest was 15, let me drink some water. Let's see who's lurking. The usual. Oh, Myoko-chan is still here. I guess they fell asleep with my stream on in the background. Oh, alright, next paragraph. No, I'll keep it 5 minutes, otherwise it's gonna get spammed like crazy. Okay, as soon as the eldest was 15, she was allowed to rise to the surface of the ocean. When she came back, she had hundreds of things to talk about, but the most beautiful, she said, was to lie in the moonlight on the sandbank in the quiet sea near the coast, and to gaze on a large town nearby where the lights were twinkling like hundreds of stars, to listen to the sound of the music, the noise of carriages, and the voices of human beings, and then to hear the merry bells peal out of the church steeples, and because she could not go near to all those wonderful things, she longed for them more than ever. Oh, did not the younger sister listen eagerly to all these descriptions? And afterwards, when she stood at the open window looking for the dark blue water, she thought of the great city, of all of its bustle and noise, and even fancied she could hear the sound of the church bells down in the depths of the sea. In another year, the second sister received permission to rise to the surface of the water and to swim about where she pleased. She rose just as the sun was setting, and this, she said, was the most beautiful sight of all. The whole sky looked like gold, while violet and rose-colored clouds, which she could not describe, floated over her, and still more rapidly than the clouds flew a large flock of wild swans toward the setting sun, looking like a long white veil across the sea. She also swam towards the sun, but it sunk into the waves, and then the rosy tints fade from the clouds and from the sea. Unlucky, Marito. Unlucky. The third sister's turn followed. She was the boldest of them all, and she swam up a broad river that emptied itself into a sea. On the banks she saw green. Thank you for the head up, Princess Priscilla. Thank you. The green hills covered beautiful vines, palaces, and castles peeped out from amid the proud trees of the forest. She heard the birds singing, and the rays of the sun were so powerful that she was obliged often to dive down under the water to cool her burning face. In a narrow cheek, she found a whole troop of little human children, quite naked and sprouting about in the water. She wanted to play with them, but they fled in a great fright. And then a little black animal came to the water. It was a dog, but she did not know that, for she had never seen one before. This animal barked at so terribly that she became frightened and rushed back to the open sea. But she said she should never forget the beautiful forest, the green hills, and the pretty little children who could swim in the water, although they had not fishes' tails. The fourth sister was more timid. She remained in the beautiful midst of the sea, but she said it was quite as beautiful there as near the land. She could see for so many miles around her. The sky above looked like a bell of glass. She had seen ships, but at such a great distance that they looked like seagulls. The dolphins sported in the waves, and the great whales spouted water from their nostrils till it seemed as if 100 fountains were playing in every direction. The fifth sister's birthday occurred in the winter, so when her turn came, she saw what the others had not seen the first time they went up. The sea looked quite green, and the large icebergs were floating about, each like a pearl, she said, but larger and loftier than the churches built by men. They were of the most singular shapes, and glittered like diamonds. She had seated herself upon one of the largest, and let the wind play with her long hair, and she remarked that all the ships sailed by rapidly, and steered as far away as they could from the iceberg, as if they were afraid of it. Towards evening, as the sun went down, dark clouds covered the sky, the thunder rolled and the lightning flashed, and the red light glowed on the icebergs as they rocked the ship and tossed on the heavy, heaving sea. On all the ships the sails were reefed with fear and trembling, while she sat calmly on the floating iceberg watching the blue lightning as it darted its forked flashes into the sea. When first the sisters had permission to rise to service, they were each delighted with the new and beautiful sights they saw, but now as grown-up girls, they could go when they pleased, and they had become indifferent about it. They wished themselves back again in the water, and after a month passed, they said it was much more beautiful down below, and pleasanter at home. Yet often, in the evening hours, the five sisters would twine their arms round each other and rise to the surface in a row. They had more beautiful voices than any human could have. Now before the approach of the storm, and when they expected a ship would be lost, they swam before the vessel and sang sweetly of the delights to be found in the depths of the sea, and begging sailors not to fear if they sank to the bottom. But the sailors could not understand the song. They took it for the howling of the storm. And these things were never to be beautiful for them. For the ship sank, the men were drowned, and their dead bodies alone reached the palace of the Sea King. When the sisters rose, arm in arm, through the water in this way, the younger sister would stand quite alone, looking after them, ready to cry, only that the mermaids have no tears, and therefore they suffer more. Oh, were I but 15 years old, said she, I know that I shall love the world up there and all the people who live in it. At last, she reached her 15th year. Well, now you are grown up, said the old wagger, her grandmother. So, you must let me adorn you like like your other sisters. And she placed a wreath of white lilies in her hair, and every flower leaf was half a pearl. Then the old lady ordered 8 great horses to attach themselves to the tail of the princess to show her high rank. But they hurt me so, said the little mermaid. Pride must suffer, replied the old lady. Oh, how gladly she would have shaken off all this grandeur and laid aside the heavenly wreath. The red flowers in her own garden would have suited her much better, but she could not help herself, so she said farewell and rose as lightly as a bubble to surface in the water. The sun had just set as she raised her head above the waves, but the clouds were tinted with crimson and gold, and through the glimmering twilight beamed the evening star in all its beauty. The sea was calm, and the air was mild and fresh. A large ship with 3 masts lay becalmed on the water, of only one sail set, for not a breeze did, and the sailors sat idle on deck or amongst the rigging. There was music and song on board, and so, as darkness came on, 100-colored lanterns were lighted. As if the flags of all nations waved in the air, the little mermaid swam close to the cabin windows, and now and then, as the waves lifted her up, she could look in through clear glass window panes and see a number of well-dressed people within. Among them was a young prince, the most beautiful of them all, with large black eyes. He was 16 of age, and his birthday was being kept with much rejoicing. The sailors were Hello, Optimus. Welcome back. Hello. Oh, yes, time to gamble. I am the country mouse. Alright, gamble. All my points away. That's crazy. You gamble big, you win big. Maybe it's time to go to an actual casino. That's crazy. Snow put us on that point. I guess it was just me. That's crazy. Oh my gosh. My luck is good today. Finally. You see, it was worth it to gamble at all. As Kirin said, 99% of gamblers quit before they hit it big. There's nothing safe. Especially if it's like not real things. Always all or nothing. I could never do this with real money. I do not. Maybe if I'm rich enough, be like, okay, time to gamble 500. But alas, I'm not rich enough for that. Okay, next door. The sailors were dancing on deck, but when the prince came out of the cabin, more than 100 rockets rose in the air, making it as bright as day. The little mermaid was so startled that she dived underwater, and when she again stretched out her head, it appeared as if all the stars of heaven were falling around her. She had never seen such fireworks before. Great suns spurted fire about, splendid fireflies flew into the blue air, and everything was reflected in the clear, calm sea beneath. The ship itself was so brightly illuminated that all the people and even the smallest rope could be distinctly and plainly seen. And how handsome the young prince looked, as he pressed the hands of all present and smiled at them, while the music resounded through the clear night air. It was very late, yet the little mermaid could not take her eyes from the ship, or from the beautiful prince. The colored lanterns had been extinguished, no more rockets rose in the air, and the cannon had ceased firing. But the sea became restless, and a moaning, grumbling sound could be heard beneath the waves. Still, the little mermaid remained by the cabin window, rocking up and down on the water, which enabled her to look in. After a while, the sails were quickly unfurled, and the noble ship continued her passage. But soon the waves rose higher, heavy clouds darkened the sky, and lightning appeared in the distance. A dreadful storm was approaching. Once more the sails were reft, and the great ship pursued her flying course over the raging sea. The waves rose mountains high as if they would have overtopped the mast. But the ship dived like a swan between them, and then rose again on their lofty foaming crests. To the little mermaid this appeared pleasant sport, not so to the sailors. At length the ship groaned and creaked. The thick planks gave way under the lashing of the sea, as it broke over the deck. Over the mainmast snapped asunder like a reed. The ship lay over on the side, and the water rushed in. The little mermaid now perceived that the crew were in danger. Even herself was obliged to be careful to avoid the beams and planks of wreck which lay scattered in the water. Have a good night, rest, Princess Priscilla. Sleep well, okay? See ya. Thank you for coming by like always. At one moment, it was so pitch dark that she could not see a single object, but a flash of lightning revealed the whole scene. She could see everyone who had been on board expecting the prince. When the ship parted, she had seen him sink into deep waves, and she was glad, for she thought he would now be with her. And then she remembered that human beings could not live in water, so that when he got down to her father's palace, he would be quite dead. But he must not die, so she swam up and among the beams and planks which strewed the surface of the sea, forgetting that they could crush her into pieces. Then she dived deeply under the dark waters, rising and falling of the waves, till at length she managed to reach the young prince, who was fast losing the power of swimming in that stormy sea. His limbs were failing him, his beautiful eyes were closed, and he would have died if and had not the little mermaid come to his assistance. Since she held his head above the water and let the waves drift them where they would. In the morning the storm had ceased, but of the ship not a single fragment could be seen. The sun rose up red and glowing from the water, and its beams brought back to the hue of health to the prince's cheeks, but his eyes remained closed. The mermaid kissed his high, smooth forehead and stroked back his wet hair. He seemed to like her like the marble statue in her little garden, and she kissed him again and wished that he might live. Presently, they came in sight of the land. She saw lofty blue mountains on which the white snow rested as if a flock of swans were lying upon them. Near the coast were beautiful green forests, and close by was a large building, whether a church or a convent. she could not tell. Orange and citron trees grew in the garden, and before the door stood lofty palms. The sea here formed a little bay in which the water was quite still but very deep. So she swam with the handsome prince to the beach, which was covered with fine white sand, and there she laid him in the warm sunshine, taking care to raise his head higher than his body. Then bells sounded in the large white building, and a number of young girls came into the garden. The little mermaid swam out further from the shore and placed herself between some high rocks that rose out of the water. Then she covered her head and neck with the foam of the sea, so that her little face might not be seen, and watched to see what would become of the poor prince. She did not wait long before she saw a young girl approach the spot where she lay. She seemed frightened at first, but only for a moment. Then she fetched a number of people, and the mermaid saw that the prince came to life again, and smiled upon those who stood round him. But to her he sent no smile. He knew not that she had saved him. This made her very unhappy, and when he was led away into the great building, she dived down sorrowfully into the water and returned to her father's castle. Oh, hello! Can you spit on me? That's such a crazy name. Can you spit on me? Such a interesting name. Fortunately, I will not spit on you, but thank you so much for the follow. And welcome to the stream. How are you doing? How's your day or night? Oh wait, this is so long. They were right, this was very long. How did I read this when I was younger? She had always been silent and thoughtful, and now she was more so than ever. Skill issue, kidding. Oh, oh, thank you. Now have two sides back on. She had always been silent and thoughtful, and now she was more so than ever. Her sister asked her what she had seen during her first visit to the surface of the water, but she would tell them nothing. Many an evening and morning did she rise to the place where she had left the prince. She saw the fruits in the garden ripe until they were gathered. The snow on the tops of the mountains melt away. But she never saw the prince, and therefore she returned home, always more sorrowful than before. It was her only comfort to sit in her own little garden and fling her arm around the beautiful marble statue, which was like the prince. But she gave up tendering her flowers, and they grew in wild confusion over the paths, twining their long leaves and stems round the branches of the trees, so that the whole place became dark and gloomy. At length she could bear it no longer, and told one of her sisters all about it. Then the others heard the secret, and very soon it became known to two mermaids whose intimate friend happened to know who the prince was. She had also seen the festival on board ship, and she told them where the prince came from, and where his palace stood. "Come, little sister," said the other princesses. Then they entwined their arms and rose up in long row to the surface of the ocean. Close by the spot where they knew the prince's palace stood, it was built of bright yellow shining stone and long flights of marble steps, one which reached quite down to the sea. Splendid gilded cupolas rose over the roof, and between the pillars that surrounded the whole building stood life, like statues of marble. From the clear crystals of the lofty windows could be seen noble rooms, and costly silk curtains and hangings of tapestry, while the walls were covered with beautiful paintings which were a pleasure to look at. In the center of the largest saloon, the fountain threw its sparkling jets high up to the glass cupola of the ceiling, through which the sun shone down upon the water and upon the beautiful plants growing around the basin of the fountain. Now that she knew where he lived, she spent many an evening and many a night on the water near the palace. She would swim much nearer the shore than any of the others ventured to do. Indeed, once she went quite out the narrow channel under the marble balcony, which threw a broad shadow on the water. Here, she would sit and watch the young prince, who thought himself quite alone in the bright moonlight. She saw him many times of an evening sailing in a pleasant boat. With music playing and flags waving, she peeped out from among the green rushes, and if the wind caught up her long silvery white veil, those who saw it believed it to be a swan, spreading out its wings. On many a night, too, when the fishermen with their torches were out at sea, she heard them relate so many good things about the doings of the young prince, that she was glad she saved his life when he had been tossed out half dead on the waves, and she remembered that his head had rested on her bosom, and how heartily she had kissed him, but he knew nothing of all of this, and could not ever dream of her. She grew more and more fond of human beings and wished more and more to be able to wonder about those whose worlds seemed to be so much larger than her own. And they could fly over the sea in ships and mount in high hills which were far above the clouds, and lands they possessed, their woods and their fields stretched far beyond the reach of her sight. There were so many that she wished to know, and her sisters were unable to answer all her questions. Then she applied to her older grandmother, who knew all about the upper world, which she was very rightly called the lands above the sea. If human beings were not drowned, asked the little mermaid, can they live forever? Do they never die as we do in the sea? Yes, replied the old lady. They must also die, and their term of life is even shorter than ours. We sometimes live to 300 years, but then we cease to exist here. We only become the foam on the surface of the water, and we have not even a grave down here for those we love. We have not immortal souls. We shall never live again, but like the green seaweed, when once it has been cut off, we can never flourish more. Human beings, on the contrary, have a soul which lives forever. Life after the body has been turned to dust. It rises up through the clear, pure air beyond the clearing stars. As we rise out of the water and behold all the land of the earth, so do they rise to the unknown and glorious regions, which we shall never see. Hello, Milan. How are you doing? Thank you for joining stream. Why have we not have an immortal soul? Asked the little mermaid mournfully. I would gladly give all the hundreds of years that I have to live to be a human being for only one day, and to have the hope of knowing the happiness of that glorious world of the stars. You must not think that, said the old woman. We feel ourselves to be much happier and much better off than human beings. So, I shall die, said the little mermaid, and as the foam of the sea, I shall be driven about, never again to hear the music of the waves, or to see the pretty flowers, nor the red sun. Is there anything I can do to win an immortal soul? No, said the old woman. Unless a man were to love you so much that you are more to him than his father or mother, and if all of his thoughts and all of his love were fixed upon you, and the priest placed his right hand in yours, and he promised to be true to you here and hereafter, then his soul would glide into your body, and you would obtain a share in the future happiness of mankind. He would give his soul to you and retain his own as well. But this can never happen. Your fish's tail, which amongst us is considered so beautiful, is found on earth to be quite ugly. They do not know any better. They think it necessary to have two stout props, which they call legs, in order to be handsome. Then the little mermaid sighed and looked sorrowfully at the fish's tail. "Let us be happy," said the old lady, "and dart and spring about during the 300 years that we have to live, which is really quite long. Even after that, we can rest ourselves all the better. This evening we are going to have a court ball." It is one of those splendid sights which we can never see on earth. The walls and the ceiling of the large ballroom are thick but transparent crystal. Many hundreds of colossal shells, some of a deep red, others of a grass green, stood on each side in rows, with blue fire in them, which lighted up the whole saloon, and shone through the walls, so that the sea was also illuminated. Innumerable fishes, great and small, swam past the crystal walls. On some of them the scales glowed with a purple brilliancy, and on others they shone like silver and gold. Through the halls flowed a broad stream, and in it danced the mermen and the mermaids to the music of their own sweet singing. No one on earth has such a lovely voice as theirs. The little mermaid sang more sweetly than them all. The whole court applauded her of tails and hands and tails, and for a moment her heart felt quite great. She knew she had the loveliest voice of any earth or in the sea, but she soon thought again of the world above her, for she could not forget the charming prince, nor her sorrow that she had not a more soul like his. Therefore she crept away silently out of her father's palace, and while everything within was gladness and song, she sat in her own little garden sorrowful and alone. "Hello, Mimi! Hello, how you doing, Mimi? How's your stream, Mimi? You're alive? That's good. You streamed for a very, very long time. How many hours was it?" Then she heard the bulge sounding through the water, and thought, "He's certainly sailing above." 8 hours? You're crazy. 8 hours. Do you still have energy left? I can't. 8 hours. It was very fun. You guys enjoy. That's good. That's good. I'm glad you had fun. I can shoot alien. That's pretty cool. Nice. Just a little bit. I saw a little bit of the RV thing too, but it was muted because I was outside and I forgot to bring my my AirPod. Hold up. 8 hours is crazy though. God, you stream for 8 hours. Oh, what am I up to? Stream so far? I think it's good. I hope people are enjoying it. I'm just reading. Currently, I'm reading the original Little Mermaid. But before, I was reading like some stories and fables. So yeah, hopefully people are enjoying it. And also, yeah, my chat is also gambling too. Skill issue. Skill issue. Skill issue. Dessert. Done. Freezer, you should gamble too. He's certainly sailing above. He on whom wishes might depend, and in whose hand I should like to place the happiness of my life, I'll venture all for him, and to win an immortal soul. While my sisters are dancing in my father's palace, I will go to the sea witch, of whom I have always been so much afraid. But but she can give me counsel and help. Hello, Germany! Welcome back, it's been a while. How you been doing? Yeah, Mimi... Mimi lost his points, huh? Listen, Mimi, you know how much points I have? 10k. And then... Only 15k now! It's called being better. And the Little Mermaid went on from the garden and I'm not gonna gamble all. I'm not gonna gamble all my points. Who am I? Mimi? And then the Little Mermaid went out from her garden and took the road to the foaming whirlpools, behind which the sources lived. She had never been that way before. Neither flowers nor grass grew there, nothing but bare. Grey sandy ground stretched out to the whirlpool, where the water like foaming mill wheels rolled around everything that seized and cast it into fathomless deep. To the midst of these crushing whirlpools the Little Mermaid was obliged to pass to reach the dominions of the Sea Witch, and also for a long distance the only road lay across a quantity of warm bubbling mere, called by the witch her turf moor. Beyond this stood her house, in the center of a strange forest, which all the trees and flowers were polypi, half animals and half plants. They looked like serpents of 100 heads growing out of the ground. Mimi, if you're sleepy, go eep, go eep. The branches were long, slimy arms with fingers like flexible worms, moving limb after limb from the root of the top. All that could be reached in the sea they seized upon and held fast, so they never escaped from the clutches. The Little Mermaid was so alarmed at what she saw that she stood still, and her heart beat with fear, and she was very nearly turning back. But she thought of the prince, and the human soul for which she longed, and her courage returned. I'll stay up for you. You don't have to stay up. The stream is to help you eat anyways, right? So yeah. The music. Good luck in your game. One night. Good luck. You're crazy. She fastened her long flowing hair round her head so that the polypi might not seize hold of it. She laid her hands together across her bosom, and then she darted forward as a fish shoots in the water. Between the supple arms and fingers of the ugly polypi, which were stretched out on each side of her, she saw that each held in its grasp something it had seized its numerous little arms, as if they were iron bands, the white skeletons of human beings who had perished at sea, and had sunk down to deep waters. Skeletons of land animals, oars, rudders, and chests of ships were lying tightly grasped by their clinging arms. Even the Little Mermaid, whom they had caught and strangled, and this seemed the most shocking of all to the little princess. She now came to a space of marshy ground in the wood, where large fat water snakes were rolling in the mere and showing their ugly drab colored bodies. In the midst of the spot stood a house built with the bones of shipwrecked human beings. They set the sea witch, allowing a toad to eat from her mouth. Just as people sometimes feed a canary a piece of sugar, she called the ugly water snakes her little chickens and allowed them to crawl over her bosom. What is bosom, anyways? I know what you want, said the sea witch. It's very stupid of you, but you shall have your way, and it will bring you to sorrow, my pretty princess. You want to get rid of your fish's tail, and to have two support instead of it, like human beings on earth, so that the young prince may fall in love with you, and that you may have an immortal soul. And the witch laughed so loud and disgustingly that the toad and the snakes fell to the ground and lay there wriggling about. You are but just in time, said the witch, for after sunrise tomorrow, I should not be able to help you out until the end of another year. I'll prepare a draught for you, with which you must swim to land tomorrow before sunrise, and sit down on shore and drink it. Your tail will then disappear and shrink up into what mankind calls legs. You'll feel great pain, as if a sword were passing through you, but all who see you will say that you are the prettiest little human being they ever saw. You'll have the same floating gracefulness of movement, and no dancer will ever tread so lightly, but at every step you take it feel as you were treading upon sharp knives, and that the blood must flow. If you will bear all of this, I will help you. Yes, I will, said the little princess in trembling voice, as she thought of the prince and the immortal soul. How many nails is this? How many? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 nails. Okay. Alright. I shall. 10? It's been a while since I did a nail chain. Hold up. Yeah, 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 yeah. There we go. It's been a while. Ah. Unlucky. Unlucky Shinobu. Let me drink water. Where was it? I'll be doing Slayer Redeem Transport. Huh? Huh? Who said you could just do this? Without my consent? Without my consent? Hmm? Kitty? Hmm. Please, let me continue reading. But think again, said the witch. For once your shape has become like human being, you can no more be a mermaid. You'll never return through the water to your sisters or to your father's palace again. And if you do not win the love of the prince, so that he's willing to forget his father and the mother for your sake, and to love you with his whole soul, allow the priest to join your hands that you may be man and wife, then you will never have an immortal soul. The first morning after he marries another, your heart will break, and you will become the foam on the crest of the waves. I will do it, said the little mermaid, and she becomes pale as death. But I must be paid also, said the witch. It is not a trifle that I ask. You have the sweetest voice of any who dwell here in the depths of the sea, and you believe that you will be able to charm the prince of it also, but this voice you must give it to me. The best thing you possess will I have for the price of my drought, My own blood must be mixed with it, that it may be as sharp as double-edged sword. But if you take away my voice, said the little mermaid, what is left of me? Your beautiful form, your graceful walk, and expressive eyes, surely. At least you can enchain a man's heart. Well, have you lost your courage? Put out your little tongue, that I may cut it off as my payment. Then you shall have the powerful draught. It shall be, said the little mermaid. Then the witch placed her cauldron on the fire to prepare the magic draught. Cleanliness is a good thing, said she, scouring the vessel of snakes, which she had tied together in large knot. Then she pricked herself in the breast and let the black blood drop into it. The steam that rose formed itself into such horrible shapes that no one could look at them without fear. Every moment the witch threw something else into the vessel, and when it began to boil, the sound was like weeping of a crocodile. Then, at least, the magic draught was ready. It looked like the clearest water. There it is for you, said the witch. Then she cut off the mermaid's tongue, so that she became dumb, and would never speak or sing again. If the polypi should seize the hold of you as you return through the wood, said the witch, throw over them a few drops of the potion, and their fingers would be torn into thousands of pieces. But the little mermaid had no occasion to do this, and the polypi sprang back in terror when they caught sight of the glittering draught, which shone in her hand like a twinkling star. So she passed quickly through the wood and the marsh, and between the rushing whirlpools she saw that in her father's palace the torches in the balloon were extinguished, and all had been asleep. But she did not venture to go into them, for now she was dumb, and going to leave them forever. She felt as if her heart would break. She stole into the garden, took a flower from the flower beds of each of her sisters, kissed her hand 1,000 times towards the palace, and then rose up to the dark blue waters. The sun had not risen when she came in sight of the prince's palace, and approached the beautiful marble steps. But the moon shone clear and bright. Then the little mermaid drank the magic draught, and it seemed as if a two-edged sword went through her delicate body. She fell into a swoon, and lay like one dead. When the sun arose and shone over the sea, she recovered and felt a sharp pain, but just before her stood the handsome young prince. He fixed his coal black eyes upon her so earnestly that she cast down her own, and then became aware that Fish's tail was gone. She had, and that she had as pretty a pair of white legs and tiny feet as a little maiden could have. But she had no clothes, so she wrapped herself in long, thick hair. The prince asked her who she was and where she came from, and she looked at him mildly and sorrowfully with her deep blue eyes, but she could not speak. Every step she took was the witch had said it would be. She felt as if treading upon the points of needles or sharp knives, but she bore it willingly, and stepped as lightly by the prince's side as soap bubble, so that he and all who saw her wondered at her graceful swaying movements. She was very soon arrayed in costly robes of silk and muslin, and she was the most beautiful creature in the palace, but she was dumb, and could neither speak nor sing. Beautiful female slaves, dressed in silk and gold, stepped forward and sang before the prince and his royal parents. One sang better than all the others, and the prince clapped his hands and smiled at her. This was great sorrow to the little mermaid. She knew how much more sweetly she herself could sing once, and she thought, if he could only know that I have given away my voice forever to be with him. The slaves next performed some pretty fairy-like dances, to the sound of beautiful music. And the little mermaid rose, her lovely white arms stood on the tips of her toes, and glided on the floor and danced as no one yet had been able to dance. At each moment of her beauty became more revealed, and her expressive eyes appealed more directly to the heart than the songs of the slaves. Everyone was enchanted, especially the prince, who called her his little fondling, and she danced again quite readily to please him, though each time her foot touched the floor it seemed as if she trod on sharp knives. The prince said she should remain with him always, and she received permission to sleep at his door. On a velvet cushion, he had Paige's dress made for her, that she might accompany him on horseback. They rode together through the sweet scented woods, where the green boughs touched their shoulders and the little birds sang among the fresh leaves. She climbed with the prince to the tops of the high mountains, and although her tender feet bled so that even her steps were marked, she only laughed and followed him till they could see the clouds beneath them looking like a flock of birds traveling to distant lands. While at the prince's palace, when all the household were asleep, she would go and sit on the broad marble steps, for it eased her burning feet to bathe them in the cold sea water, and then she fought all of those below in the deep. Once during the night, her sister came in arm, singing sorrowfully. As they floated on the water, she beckoned to them, and then they recognized her and told her how she had grieved them. After that, they came to the same place every night, and once she saw in the distance her old grandmother, who had not been the surface of the sea for many years, and the old sea king, her father, with his crown on his head. They stretched out their hands towards her, but they did not venture so near the land as her sisters did. As the days passed, she loved the prince more fondly, and he loved her as he would love a little child, but it never came into his head to make her his wife yet. Yet, unless he married her, she could not receive an immortal soul, and on the morning after his marriage with another, she would dissolve into the foam of the sea. Do you not love me, the best of them all? The eyes of the little mermaid seemed to say, when he took her in his arms and kissed her fair forehead. Yes, you are dear to me, said the prince, for you have the best heart, and you're the most devoted to me. You're like a young maiden whom I once saw, but whom I shall never meet again. I was in the ship that was wrecked, and the waves cast me ashore near a holy temple, where several young maidens performed the service. The youngest of them found me on the shore and saved my life. I saw her twice, and she's the only one in the world whom I could love. But you are like her, and you have almost driven her image out of my mind. She belongs to the holy temple, and my good fortune has sent you to me instead of her, and we will never part. He knows not that it was I who saved his life with the little mermaid. I carried him over the sea to the wood where the temple stands. I sat beneath the foam and watched till the human beings came to him. I saw the pretty maiden that he loves better than he loves me, and the mermaid sighed deeply, but she could not shed tears. He said the maiden belongs to the holy temple, therefore she would never return to the world. They will meet no more. While I am by his side and see him every day, I will take care of him and love him, and give up my life for his sake. Very soon, it was said that the prince must marry, and that the beautiful daughter of a neighboring king would be his wife, for a fine ship was being fitted out. Though the prince gave out that he merely intended to pay a visit to the king, it was generally supposed that he really went to see his daughter. A great company were to go with him. The little mermaid smiled and shook her head. She knew the prince's thoughts better than any others. I must travel, he said to her. He said to her, I must see this beautiful princess my parents desired. Thank you for the bricks, Kirin. But they will not oblige me to bring her home as my bride. I cannot love her. She is not like the beautiful maiden in the temple whom you resemble. If I forced to choose a bride, I'd rather choose you, my dumb foundling with those expressive eyes. And then he kissed her rosy mouth, played with her long waving hair, and then laid his head on her heart, while she dreamed of human happiness and immortal soul. You are not afraid of the sea, my dumb child," said he, as they stood on the deck of the noble ship which was to carry them to country, the neighboring king. And then he told her the storm and calm, of strange fishes in the deep beneath them, of what the divers had seen there, and she smiled at his description, for she knew better than anyone what wonders were at the bottom of the sea. In the moonlight, when all aboard were asleep, expecting the man at the helm, steering, she sat on the deck gazing down through the clear water. She thought she could distinguish the Fowler's castle, and upon it her aged grandmother with the silver crown on her head, looking through the rushing tide at the keel of the vessel. Then her sisters came up on the waves, and gazed at her mournfully, wringing at their white hands. She beckoned to them, and smiled, and wanted to tell how happy and well off she was, but the cabin boy approached, and when her sisters dived down, he thought it was only the foam of the sea which he saw. The next morning, the ship sailed into the harbor of a beautiful town belonging to the king whom the prince was going to visit. The church bells were ringing, and from the high tower sounded a flourish of trumpets, and soldiers with flying colors and glittering bayonets lined the rocks through which they passed. Every day was a festival. Balls and entertainments followed one another. But the princess had not yet appeared. People said that she was brought up and educated in a religious house, where she was learning every royal virtue. Alright, have a good lunch, Marito. See you. Thank you for coming by. At last she came. Then the little mermaid, who was very anxious to see whether she was really beautiful, was obliged to acknowledge that she had never seen a more perfect version of beauty. Her skin was delicately fair, and beneath her long dark eyelashes her laughing blue eyes shone of true purity. "It was you," said the prince, "who saved my life when I lay dead on the beach," and he folded his blushing bride in his arms. "Oh, I am too happy," said he to the little mermaid. "My fondest hopes are all fulfilled. You will rejoice at my happiness, for your devotion to me is great and sincere." The little mermaid kissed his hand, and felt as if her heart was already broken. His wedding morning would bring death to her, and she would change into foam of the sea. All the church bells rang, and the heralds rode about the town proclaiming the betrothal. Perfumed oil was burning in costly silver lamps on every altar. The priest waved the censers, while the bride and the bridegroom joined the hands and received the blessing of the bishop. The little mermaid, dressed in silk and gold, held up the bride's train, but her ears heard nothing of the festive music, and her eyes saw not the holy ceremony. She thought of the night of her death which was coming to her, and all of she had lost in the world. On the same evening, the bride and the bridegroom went on board ship. Cannons were roaring, flags waving, and in the center of the ship, a costly tent of purple and gold had been erected. It contained elegant couches for the reception of the bridal pair during the night. The ship, with swelling sails and a favorable wind, glided away smoothly and lightly over the calm sea. When it grew dark and a number of colored lamps were lit, and the sailors danced merrily on the deck, the little mermaid could not help thinking of her first rising out of the sea. When she had first seen similar festives and joys, and she joined in the dance, poised herself in the air as a swallow when he pursues his prey, and all present cheered with wonder. She had never danced so elegantly before. Her tender feet felt as if cut with sharp knives, but she cared not for it. A sharper pang had pierced through her heart. She knew this was the last evening she should ever see the prince, for whom she had forsaken her kindred and her home. She had given up her beautiful voice and suffered unheard of pain daily for him, while he knew nothing of it. This was the last evening that she would breathe the same air with him, or gaze on the starry sky and the deep sea and eternal night. Without a thought of or a dream awaited her. She had no soul, and now she could never win one. All was joy and uh, gaiety on board ship till long after midnight. She laughed and danced with the rats, while the thoughts of death were in her heart. The prince kissed his beautiful bride while she played with his raven hair, till they went arm in arm to rest in the splendid tent. Then all became still on board the ship. The helmsman, alone awake, stood at the helm. The little mermaid leaned her white arms on the edge of the vessel and looked towards the east for the first blush of morning, for the first ray of dawn that would bring her death. She saw her sisters rising out the flood, as pale as her, for their long beautiful hair waved no more in the wind and had been cut off. "We have given our hair to the witch," said they, "to obtain help for you. You may not die tonight. She has given us a knife. Here it is, see, it is very sharp. Before the sun rises, you must plunge it into the heart of the prince. When the warm blood falls upon your feet, they will grow together again and form to his vicious tail. It will be once more a mermaid, and return to us to live out your 300 years before you die and change into the salt sea foam. Haste then, he or you must die before sunrise. Our old grandmother moans so for you, that her white hairs falling off sorrow as ours fell under the witch's scissors, kill the prince and come back. Hasten, do you not see the first red streaks in the sky? In a few minutes the sun will rise, and you must die." And then they sighed deeply and mournfully and sank beneath the waves. The little mermaid drew back to the crimson curtain of the tent, and beheld the fair bride with her head resting on the prince's breast. She bent down and kissed his fair brow, and then looked at the sky on which the rosy dawn grew brighter and brighter. And then she glanced at the sharp knife, and then again fixed her eyes on the prince, who whispered the name of his bride in his sleep. She was in his thoughts, and the knife trembled in the hand of the little mermaid. Then she flung it far from far into the waves. The water turned red where it fell, and the drops that splurted up looked like blood. She cast one more lingering, half-fainting glance at the prince, and then threw herself from the ship, and thought her body was dissolving into foam. The sun rose above the waves, and his warm rays fell on cold foam of the little mermaid, who did not feel like as if she were dying. She saw the bright sun, and all around her floated hundreds of transparent, beautiful beings. She could see through them. She could see through the white sails of the ship and the red clouds in the sky. The speech was melodious, but too ethereal to be heard by mortal ears, as they were also unseen by mortal eyes. The little mermaid perceived that she had a body like theirs, and that she continued to rise higher and higher out of the foam. Where am I? Asked she, and her voice sounded ethereal, as the voice of those who were with her. No earthly music could imitate it. Among the daughters of the air, answered one of them, a mermaid has not an immortal soul, nor can she obtain one unless she wins the love of a human being. On the power of another hangs her eternal destiny. But the daughters of the air, although they do not possess an immortal soul, can, by their good deeds, procure one for themselves. We fly to warm countries and, and cool the sultry air that destroys the mankind of pestilence. We carry the perfume of the flowers to spread health and restoration. After we have striven for 300 years to all the good in our power, we receive an immortal soul and take part in the happiness of mankind. You, poor little mermaid, have tried with your whole heart to do as we are doing. You have suffered, endured, and raised yourself to the spirit world by your good deeds. And now, by striving for 300 years in the same way, you may obtain an immortal soul. The little mermaid lifted her glorified eyes towards the sun, and felt them for the first time, filling with tears, on the ship in which she had left the prince. There were life and noise. She saw him and his beautiful bride searching for her. Sorrowfully they gazed at the pearly foam, as if they knew she had thrown herself into the waves. Unseen, she kissed the forehead of her bride, and fanned the prince, and then mounted with the other children of the air to a rosy cloud and floated through the ether. After 300 years, thus shall we float into the kingdom of heaven, said she. We may even get there sooner, whispered one of the companions. Unseen, we can enter the houses of men, where there are children, and for every day on which we find a good child, who is the joy of his parents and deserve their love, our time of probation is shortened. The child does not know, when we fly through the room, that we smile with joy at his good conduct, for we can count 1 year less to our 300 years. But when we see a naughty or wicked child, we shed tears of sorrow, and for every tear a day is added to our time of trial. That is part 1 of Little Mermaid done. Hello, hello. Hello. Yeah, there's 3 parts to the original. I did not know. I read the short version of the original. Right? Thank you for the head pat. Thank you, thank you. Wait, part 3 is not done properly. Wait. Wait a second. Huh? I'm a bit confused. Part I don't think it's done properly. I think part 1 is a combination of both. Huh? I'm looking at the part 2 and part 3. It's basically yeah. Oh yeah, I did finish it. Wait, did I? Yeah. I'm looking at part 2 and 3. I guess they accidentally merged in part 1. I guess. Oh, I finished it. Yay! Yeah. I was gonna say, I'm looking at part 2 and 3. It's just, yeah. I think they accidentally messed up with part 1. I was gonna say, I don't remember it being this long. But yeah, they messed up with part 1. And accidentally put all of part 2 and 3 there. That was a good and long read. I think I'll read the other stories another day. Maybe I'll read like Snow White next. Like the original Snow White. But yeah, the original Little Mermaid is much darker than the Disney version. So yeah. Gonna make it, yeah, I have to make it somehow. But the, the thing is, I read this version first before I knew of the Disney version. I think it's because I read a lot when, yeah, I didn't really watch stuff. All I watched was anime. um, oh yeah. Hello people, welcome to the stream. I finished reading. It was a bit, a bit tired from all the reading too. I think it's worked on me. But this was a much pleasant 4-hour read than the B movie 4-hour read. I don't wanna go through that ever again, you know? Yeah, I've been reading for hours. I've also read the B movie for 4 hours, right? Oh. Yeah, much better. I think next time I'll read the other fairy tales like Snow White and Cinderella. And that'll be good. Anyways, let's go find someone to read. Read! Hello, Yaya. Shall we go raid someone? Think let's go raid. This script really drained me for some reason, not the one, right? Right? Oh, the B movie was so it was like brain rot. I mean, it was a brain rot movie, not gonna lie. At least The Little Mermaid's actually interesting. And the fables we read, they were genuinely interesting. Yeah, oh, Mahou Shoujo. I do want to play this game. Mahou Shoujo no Majo Saipan. I do need to buy it, though. Cost a bit. Cost not that expensive. Maybe I'll buy it. It's a Japanese only game. I don't think I saw and seen the English version on Steam. Unless they released it recently. But yeah. Yeah, it's only Japanese, so it's not English audience would not know. I do want to stream this game, maybe. It's very oh no. Yes, I need to do that on Twitter, don't I? Shall we read? Julie streaming. Should I raid her again for the 3rd time? Should I? Should I? I think she's drawing. Oh, hello, Mimi. Hi. What? I see Julie again. Like, I should probably raid someone else, shouldn't I? But it'll be really fun to read her again for the 3rd time. Does anyone have any other suggestions? Joy's doing art. You always been here, really? Add. You do, yeah, redeem it. I would follow away to 360 and making it a whole number. Surely. Oh. Dice. Stars. Let me go search them up first. Oh, they're so cute. Oh, they'll be right back right now. I can't write you if you're not here. I can't. Wait, the character's so cute though. Come back. Please, come back. Come back. LCD, right. Maybe we won't raid yet. I don't know. She's back. I think she's back.
Okay, I am back. Thank you for waiting.
Thank you for the headband. Oh, she's so cute as well. Oh no, they're back. Wait, what are they doing? Oh, Scufflephone day one. I think they're doing Subathon.
I'm sorry, because I was super glitchy. Also, I have my Discord closed right.
Yeah. I just need one more follow to reach 360. Like, we're so close to a whole number. We're so close. Yeah, can someone follow? Yeah, we rating. Alright. Let me get ready to raid. Hey, let's follow them. I nearly typed in her chat to raid. Why do I keep doing this? I need sleep. Thank you for the follow, Mew Mew. Yes, we have reached 360. Let's go. Thank you so much for the follow. Oh, thank you. Yes, we've reached it. It is a whole number. Thank you. Right now, we can end in peace. Anyways, thank you everyone for joining my stream today. I hope today was okay. I was just reading, so yeah. Yeah, hopefully everyone enjoyed themselves and have fun reading, everyone. I'll see you next stream. Yeah. Bye bye. Thank you. Johnny. Bye bye. Have fun reading.